Poker Atlas Tour Package satellites are here, November 18th through December 2nd. Turn $250 into a $2,000 value. You'll earn a seat into 5 different Poker Atlas Tour events plus $115 in cash game seat rentals. For full details, visit TexasCardHouse.com in the Poker Atlas app. Trailblazer SUV, the Trailblazer Points Championship is here. The more you play and the higher you rank in the Trailblazer Poker Tour, the better your chances are. The best tournament player in the Trailblazer Poker Tour drives away with this grand prize. For full details on the Trailblazer Poker Tour and the Points Championship, visit TexasCardHouse.com. The Poker Atlas Tour is coming to TC8 Social Austin, December 3rd through 16th. 15 different tournaments, including the $250,000 stocking stuffer and the $500,000 title event. For full details, structures, and satellite information, visit the Poker Atlas app or TexasCardHouse.com. Valley Poker players. The $60,000 guaranteed Trailblazer Poker Tour is coming to Texas Card House RGV from December 19th through December 29th. $175 buy-in. Tons of great perks for playing at this tour stop. Flights at 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. every day except Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. For full details, structure, and more, visit TexasCardHouse.com.
I think the marriage is. We got 6 on the button, boys. That'll be you, sir. Alright, I got a 4 2. 4, 5, 4, 6, 7. You're better than the last time, right? You're a better poker player than last time?
Oh.
Control now. Alright, head up.
He's gonna put on this one, though. How do you fold, bro?
The David. Okay, on both of them, I guess now. So then I'm good? Okay, thanks. Some audio difficulties at the start, Missed the first hand there, but looked like a big one as it was ace king versus pocket fives on an ace high flop and a 5 coming on the turn.
I'll just check this out.
Big blind. See that?
So, okay, there we go. Pretty sure that the audio is corrected, and if not, just let us know in the comments. But as I said, first big hand there is we had ace king versus pocket fives. Ace king versus pocket fives. Ace high flop, 5 on the turn. Looks like they got it all in. Was trying to correct the audio problems, but from everything that I know and see, we are good to go. So hand number 2, as we have a paired board.
Especially with the wheels on the table.
Well, there's a will, there's a way.
Looks like CeeLo is going to be betting with his 10-8, 2 overcards and the gut shot. Tony G thinking about it. And that camera's from last week. So one of the cameras might have to be reset as well. Ace on the turn, queen high still good.
You been running good on turns? Or just the...
I haven't been playing too much tournaments, but yeah, running pretty good.
And it looks like it's gonna
And I saw that
go to CeeLo as he puts a bet on the river there.
running like dorsal, Seno ran good recent, right?
Yeah, he got served.
He got third.
Got a good night score.
Or was that a
Houston, Halo tournament.
like couple days ago? or a couple
Yeah.
days ago?
So it looks like the camera that focuses on seat 1 and 2 there looks like it's frozen from last week's stream.
What's his payout?
Oh, pocket queens for Rigo under the gun.
15 for 7.
El Gallo put it on the 3-bet here. Let's see if that camera's still frozen. I know we had some. It might be good now.
3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5.
No,
6.
it's the camera for seat 3 and 4.
5.
So they will get it reset. That'll take 15 minutes, but we still have the action here between Rigo, El Gallo, and Tony G. Tony G down to $67, had an ace going with it. Rigo way out in front right now with his 2 queens. Oh, and the ace comes followed by a 7. So Tony G way behind at the start of the hand. And now he catches up. He is all in. So side pot here between El Gallo and Rigo. That ace
One more action.
is going to get Rigo to fold. So El Gallo looking for a jack for a better 2 pair. Oh, Rigo would have hit his queen. But instead, Tony G is going to triple up.
Read them and weak, Will. Read them and weak.
Now I wish I would have played it
So as I said, it looks like the camera,
flop and then like
one of the cameras still frozen from last week, but they will get it corrected. The overhead shot is fine, but anytime the camera focuses on seats 3 and 4, it is frozen from last week. But they'll get it reset. It does take 15 minutes to do since we were on the 15-minute delay.
I'll play different.
So we are playing 1-3 no limit Texas Hold'em here in the Rio Grande Valley. And I have been told we are streaming on both channels. Yeah, so that's the camera for seats 1 and 2. Now when it goes to 3 and 4, yeah, that's from last week. So it'll take 15 minutes to get corrected, but it will get corrected. Essentially, the cameras will automatically cut to where the action is. So anytime the action's on seat 3 and 4, the camera automatically cuts there, but they will get it reset. So Spider's still with the king, and he is either in seat 3 or 4. So you can see El Gallo, the big winner thus far. Ace King versus Pocket Fives on the first hand. And Spider, who just won the last hand, second biggest winner. You can see his hands, his tentacles there in seat 3. We will not be able to see his face for 15 minutes. As CeeLo put it on the $10 button straddle. Action's going to be on Rigo. Rigo normally wears a baseball cap when he plays on the stream. Very big baseball fan, has a wide variety of baseball hats. And anytime he plays on the stream, I don't mean to, but it just kind of happens that I make fun of the baseball hat that he's wearing. So he said, I'm not wearing a hat that you can make fun of today. So Rigo's going to be hatless today, and we have Doc Holliday there in seat 2 with the Ace King putting on the 3-bet. So El Gallo raising the straddle, going from the $10 button straddle to $30, and Doc Holliday making it $100. Oh, Spider right behind him with the queens. I was wondering why the camera was staying frozen on that seat for a while, but Spider was thinking about exactly how big to raise. El Gallo should be getting out of the way. And I do not see Doc Holliday folding here. It's Ace King and suited, and yes, he does make the call. They are going twice, 2 times. You can see the queens are out in front 60-40, as there has been an ace folded and a king folded. So some of Doc Holliday's outs are gone, and he's going to need to hit one of those outs on the river here. Nope. So first board going to Spider. We will run 5 again and see if Doc Holliday gets his ace or king. Has backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, and that's the card he wants to see. A lot of outs, and he's going to miss them all. So Doc Holliday, last time he played on the stream, got coolered, and now he starts off this stream getting coolered again.
Barrels on 9. Hey Chris, you want action on again? Maverick, it's Mavericks and Knicks. But I'm already on the Mavericks +2 the first half. So. Yeah, I'm on. The Knicks are favorite.
Knicks are favorite? Hasn't started yet?
6:30.
Okay, I'll take Knicks +2.
So we did start the stream 7-handed,
Yeah, they're
and we are now at a full table.
You want -2? You want -1? I can tell you.
So no straddle this hand. His action will be on seat 1, and that's going to be Pedro. So Pedro with the quick fold.
All right.
Doc Holliday raising it up to 15, just losing all his chips last hand, getting right back in the action here. Looked like Seabass tried to put in a raise to 21, but it was not half the raise. So it's just going to be a call. Yeah, so Doc Holliday announced 15. His chips are on the way, and Seabass did not hear the raise, so he thought he was the first one raising, as he's going to flop a flush draw on the Queen 3 flop. There are Doc Holliday's chips, and the action is on him. He will check it. Looks like it's going to go check around. Oh, it's actually Doc Holliday with the flush. And looks like he's going to bet 50 into the $61 pot. And that should take care of it. Yeah, so we are streaming. Normally on Wednesday nights we stream on the secondary channel. Well, tonight we're streaming on the main channel, which is TCH Live. And the reason for that is there is no live stream tonight in Austin. So if you are expecting to see action from Austin tonight, well, we are 4 hours and 20 minutes south of Austin. We are down in the Rio Grande Valley. So we are streaming on the main channel tonight, which is TCH Live. There are 2 YouTube channels that we stream on. One of them being TCH Live, which is this channel, the main channel. And the other channel being Texas Card House, 3 different words. Normally on Wednesday nights we stream on the secondary channel, and on Friday nights we stream on this channel. As I said, we are streaming on TCH Live tonight. So if you are looking on YouTube, it'll be TCH, all that together, then a space, live. And then you can just go to the live option, and that was a missed deal, so they'll reset it, and there's a $6 button straddle. $9 button straddle. So that camera should be corrected in about 10 minutes or so. They are aware of it. So Spider raising it to 28. CeeLo calling. El Gallo with the Jack 3. Gonna have to give it up. And Tony G, if he caught the $9 straddle, now he's closing off the action. He will close off the action with the 5-3. He's actually not in terrible shape, as both his cards are live. And you can see everybody misses the flop. Tony G actually flops a straight draw, needing a 4. Everybody else with just high cards. And looks like Spider's going to put out the continuation bet for 40. And CeeLo not wanting to let go of his ace 10 just yet. I think Tony G's going to be priced in once again. Is he going to let it go? Oh, he does let it go. So the ace-high of CeeLo out in front right now. And now he picks up spades, so he's not going anywhere. If he called with ace-high on the flop, he turns a flush draw, and he's going to check it. And the river coming an 8. Spider's going to have to bluff here. How big is the bluff going to be? No, he's going to check. And no reason for CeeLo to bet here, as he does have the showdown value with the ace-high. And he will take down the pot. A little surprised Spider didn't fire on the river there, but at the same time, It is hard to get a bluff through on a paired board. And I think that's what was in the back of his mind. Normally, it's not good to bluff on a paired board. Action will be on Baby Spider. As I said, right now we can just see his 8 crazy legs. Silu just went in the last hand. The C, his first initial. The low, his first 2 letters of his last name. He played on our stream last week, going by Lopez. Changing it up this week as we are going 4 ways to a flop. Jack high. And once again, nobody hitting a pair. The pocket deuces are still in front. And nobody has a pair. Will the pocket deuces hold on until the end? They are. Any king makes a straight, so just might go check around. Yeah, the pocket deuces are going to somehow win this pot. 4-way pot. Nobody with a card bigger than... Oh, here we go. El Gallo bluffing. The check mark awarded a little too soon there. So it looks like they're starting to reset the cameras. As I said, these cameras are automatically set whenever there is no action. Then we get the overhead shot like we're seeing now. And then once the cards are dealt out, the action is going to be on seat 4. So you will see a frozen camera from last week as the cameras automatically will zoom in on that player's action. Seabass with the ace queen going to be coming in for a pretty big raise here, $30. El Gallo with the Baskin Robbins hand, the 3-1, 31 flavors. Tony G with the worst hand in poker, the 7 deuce. He'll get rid of that. And nobody having anything to call him with. So Seabass will win $4. We do have a $6 button straddle. The action does start to the left of the straddle, even if it's on the button. There is no quote-unquote Mississippi straddle. There is no Hard Rock straddle. There is no ultimate last action straddle. It is just a normal straddle. As Newbie has the ace jack out of the big blind, and he's going to raise it up to 20. Seabass calling with the suited connectors behind. Also with ace jack is Rigo, and he will be making the call. Pedro in seat 1 folding, and Doc Holliday, the straddler, with the jack 7 of clubs, will make the call. So everybody has each other's cards, and the ace manages to show up. The 6 also showing up for Seabass.
I want somebody who's making them in the little kitchen.
All the abuelitos that used to make the bad tamales, but they're gone already.
Yeah.
Ya lo quedaron.
So Newbie will lead right out with his top pair. Seabass getting out of the way. Rigo making the call. And we're going towards a chop pot. Maybe not. Newbie picking up a flush draw. Let's see if he continues on his aggression. He was the pre-flop raiser. Bet on the flop. And looks like he's thinking about betting on the turn, but instead he checks. So newbie with about a pot-sized bet behind of $200. And Rigo's going to bet about 125 here. Both players a little shallow compared to the pot.
You can get discounted tamales?
Frozen? Yeah, they come frozen. Yeah, they said them have.
So let's see what newbie does. Oh, newbie folds.
The ones that they put in
So I said we were going towards a chop pot, and then I thought newbie picked up some chop outs, some scoop outs, but instead it was Rigo with the aggression, taking down the pot.
like 650 a dozen. Everything, yeah. Just like say you want them to make them in the morning. Dame las que están congeladas.
So as I said, if you are just joining us and expecting to see action here on TCH Live from our Austin location, well, the action tonight is going to be coming from the Rio Grande Valley. As normally TCH Social in Austin, they do stream on Wednesday nights. We normally stream on this channel on Friday nights, but they're not streaming on TCH Live, so we are using the TCH Live tonight, the day before Thanksgiving, Thanksgiving Eve. El Gallo making the call with the suited king, Tony G with the ace, Pedro with the suited ace. Let's see if he raises or just calls here. Pedro normally playing on the snug side, and you can see he calls. Doc Holliday with the same hand, suited ace-4, and he's also going to call. Spider checking his options with the queen-high clubs. So 3 players with clubs, and it's going to come hearts. 6-6-4. Both Pedro and Doc Holliday flopping the 4.
You want something over there? It was a while back, like 2 weeks ago.
They shouldn't have even paid them, but they paid us.
Well, they weren't gonna.
I was sitting with you that day. That's
So
right.
we are live on the
That's
YouTube
right.
chat. There was a little issue we had with it earlier, just since we were streaming on the TCH Live tonight, but we did correct the comment section. The comment section is working. We do appreciate everybody testing it out.
And then I guess he was like mad about something. Right?
And you can see 2 players with the same hand again, and it is the most aggressive player winning the hand instead of chopping it.
You guys can play the whole first half. I was here the whole first half. Like, as soon as like a minute left in the first half. Did you get the third quarter? Yeah, I hit the third quarter. I went to go eat. I saw that. I was like, oh shit, I'm about to fucking hit. Nah, I dejé la comida, la verga, me vine. I was like, fuck that. There weren't tamales. That was even.
So no straddle this hand, just a normal $1, $3 blinds. His action's going to be on Rigo. He will be limping under the gun. Terrible fold from El Gallo, as his cards did get exposed. That is a 7-5. Pedro with the king jack. Looks like he's going to be raising it up and makes it 22. Newbie with the suited king making the call. Tony G and Rigo folding as we go heads up to a flop. Both players with the king in their hand, and it's going to come 7 high, 2 diamonds. So once again, the most aggressive player is going to win here, unless if they hit a pair. So newbie hitting one of his 3 outs. We'll bet 25. Oh, Pedro's going to be making the call. Does not want to see a king on the river. Oh, and it's a jack. So Pedro hitting the jack on the river, and now it looks like he's going to be leading for 40. The jack on this board texture normally shouldn't help somebody, but newbie makes the fold. So newbie making a tight fold earlier, which was wrong. Now he makes another tight fold, but this time it's right.
We're more athletic, in my opinion. Quicker.
So it looks like no straddle this hand, and right as I say that, Seabass put it on, looks like $10. Once again, action will start to the left of the straddle, so action will be on the small blind. It does not jump the blinds. It is not ultimate last action. Everything goes in order. And somebody's card's not scanning properly. I think it was El Gallo. So he'll get them rescanned, and once they get rescanned, we'll be able to see what everybody has. Oh, Doc Holliday with ace-king suited. Had ace-king suited earlier and lost all of his chips. We'll see what the result is this time as he raises it up to 30. Newbie calling with the diamonds, and Seabass also calling. So Doc Holliday has the diamonds of Newbie dominated and the king of Seabass dominated. Open-ended straight draw for Newbie. Doc Holliday does check as he's actually out of position. Newbie with the open ender going to put out 55. And I think Doc Holliday should call here with the 2 overcards, but he's just going to fold as he is a little gun shy with the ace king.
Mavericks play a little faster without conscience. They'll run the court.
They don't have nobody.
They'll run quicker up and down the court without conscience and
Hands that we weren't within arm's reach.
10 buttons.
So it looks like that camera's a little laggy as well. I do know the plan is to restart or reset the cameras, and I think because of the 15-minute delay, I think we should be seeing that pretty soon here. CeeLo just calling with the kings. And Rigo hitting top pair, top kicker.
Yeah, if you make it 1-2.
Rigo checking his top pair.
Oh, like
I would imagine he's going to check raise here, especially this small $50 bet. And you can see Rigo cutting out the chips, not knowing he is being trapped.
Who's at home, Will? Who's at home?
Mavericks are home.
Well, how are they favored?
Because there's guys out.
For Dallas?
Their main guy is out.
Who?
Don't you?
Badass.
Wanna bump it up?
CeeLo just calling here.
We'll keep it 100, I guess.
Based upon their stack sizes and the pot size, I don't see how this doesn't get all in, especially with the club on the turn. Rigo should be chipping it here. There's the all in, there's the call, and Rigo's going to be looking for an ace, a queen, or a club. And there's the ace.
Stop playing like that. Trying to get me and get caught in the crossfire.
Darrow, step 9.
So CeeLo going to have to rebuy. And yes, we do know about the frozen camera. As I said, since we're on the 15-minute delay, whenever we do notify the production crew of the problem, it does take 15 minutes to cycle through. So we're coming up on the 15-minute mark. I would say within the next couple of minutes, that camera should be corrected. And if you're just joining us, okay, that camera's good. Well, actually, oh, ace queen suited again. See how big Doc Holliday makes it. No, that camera's still not working. Oh, CeeLo rebuying and putting out $100 with the Jack 10 suited. And he's in bad shape here against Doc Holliday. Doc Holliday's probably just going to set him in. No, Doc Holliday folds. Wow. So Doc Holliday here in Monsters Under the Bed, as the last time he played on the stream, he ran really bad. And the very first hand he got involved in here, ace king suited versus queens, they got it all in and they ran it twice and he lost. So he's making the very, very conservative fold. As I said, I have been told they are going to reset or restart the cameras to get everything correct, as one of the cameras is stuck from last week. And this camera seems like it's a little laggy. Not sure if that's a word. I know Shaggy's a word.
I figured you were gonna push on this. You got me set down, so I was like, he's gonna call him. Good friend either.
So Spider hitting his jack, but Tony hitting two pair, and Tony's gonna lead right out. Pedro with the 8 has some backdoor draws, but has 3 players to worry about. Spider letting him know that the action is on him. And looks like he will make the fold. So Spider raising as he should. And now Tony G with a big overbet here. We'll see if Spider is able to get away from it. And Spider is not. Spider puts him on a flush draw. Spider thinks he's good right now. He's going to need a king. He's going to need a king. And they're each going to hit 2 pair. But Tony G going to have the better 2 pair with the Jack 8. And Tony G will get the double up. So the dealer will count it down. That is the infamous Cajun Asian. He has played on the stream before, but tonight he is dealing the stream. He's also commented. He's also been one of the commentators before. Actually, to talk with him, as I am taking a trip the first week of January, so won't be able to do the stream that day. So Spider losing the last 10 and adding on 500 and also putting on the straddle. You can see Rigo, the big winner thus far. Ace queen suited versus kings, ace on the river. El Gallo, ace queen versus pocket 5s, 5 on the turn. Tony G back in the green with that double up. Sevens for El Gallo, and he's just going to be making the call. Tony G with the suited ace on the button. I kind of like a 3-bet here, using the power of the button, but he's just going to make the call. Just finished stacking his chips from the last pot. And you can see Spider is the one raising up his straddle. Pedro should get out of the way here, even though he slows in the action, but he's probably going to get out of the way. As I said, he does tend to play things a little close to the vest. The Queen 5 is offsuit. It's immediately in the muck, but it is suited. But either way, he does fold. And we're going 3 ways to a flop. And wow, that's the dream right there. You make a move with the 8 high and you flop trips. Plus an ace is on the board. So he's going to get some value here as he puts out a small $50 bet, wanting to get a call and even possibly a raise. But he's just going to get 2 calls out of the players, as El Gallo looking for a 7, Tony G looking for an ace, and Spider should be betting, I would say, about 200 here. No, he checks. Wow. So now does he? Now does he put out the big bet? $328 in the pot. I think he's going to bet at least 200 here. Action is still on him. You can see the little dot, 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 dot. Yeah, it's a $275 bet. I thought he would bet 200 on the turn since he had 2 players in the hand. And El Gallo does have a player behind to worry about if he's thinking about being a hero. And both these players thinking about what to do.
They have a free roll every Tuesday and every Friday. There? And it's a good free roll.
So El Gallo's still thinking about it, but I don't think he could call with a player behind him. And you can see Tony G not giving off any tell on whether or not he's going to be folding or calling. So El Gallo might save Tony G money here if he does decide to make the call. Because I can't see you calling with just an ace here if El Gallo makes the call. Either way, I think one of these players is going to call this bet, as it does look a little suspicious. The check back on the turn. Oh, look at El Gallo. And you could see that Tony G was going to make the call if El Gallo folded. And now El Gallo called, and Tony G does not know what to do. So Tony G had pretty much already made up his mind he was going to call if El Gallo folded. Now El Gallo called, and he doesn't know what to do. He does have a 9 kicker. His kicker is not playing. It's aces and 8s with a 9 kicker. And he's cutting out the call here. This check back on the turn might get 2 calls for Spider here. El Gallo definitely does not want Tony G to call because he knows that he's making a hero call. Yeah, Tony G's going to fold, and he should. Somebody has a better kicker usually here, especially with 2 other players in the hand. Yeah, he's going to fold, and like I said, Spider will get the win. El Gallo making the hero call. And it turned out he was wrong.
I had a pair of 7. I knew you had an 8. And I was calling and hoping that you would fold and you folded. But I didn't have to.
Now, I'm not saying this because I saw their hands, but even without seeing their hands, I did not like the hero call from El Gallo there just because there was a player left behind him. Take, for example, if the roles were reversed and Tony G checked or folded and then the action was on him,
How'd you with sevens, Chris? You with sevens?
then I would like the hero call. But with that extra player act behind,
I went with nothing.
all right, CeeLo raising it up to 15 here.
That weird shot, real weird, so you can make it. I thought you knew.
Yes, so we do appreciate the comments, and we are working on one of the cameras is frozen. It's frozen from Friday, and I'm surprised it hasn't reset, to be honest with you. They have been notified about resetting the camera. The issue or the problem is, since we're on the 15-minute delay, anything that we correct right now will take 15 minutes for us to see. So that's why it doesn't get corrected right away. And that's the camera that is frozen. Anytime the action is on seat 3 and 4, then the camera will freeze up. CeeLo calling here with 7 high. And that ace might freeze the action. It should freeze the action for Newbie, and he checks. And that might give CeeLo the opportunity to bluff here, as he does have 7 high. Can he pull the trigger? And he does pull the trigger to the tune of 115. And Newbie not going to be able to call. So second time we see a bluff from CeeLo on the river, and it works out. So 4 players in the green, 5 players in the red. El Gallo in the red after he made the big hero call against Spider. Seabass under the gun, first to act. We'll get rid of the Queen 8. CeeLo takes a break. And Rigo raising it up to 15 with Blackjack. As I said, I have been told they are going to reset the cameras, at least one camera for sure. Another camera is kind of acting up as Newbie flops open-ended here. And it looks like it's going to go check. And he's just calling here, kind of like a raise. Oh, the ace on the turn. So Newbie flopped open-ended. And Newbie gets there. Rigo with an ace. Keep in mind, the 3 on the turn is actually an ace. The card reader picking up something wrong, and Rigo does make the call for $25. And Newbie wins his first hand of the night. And since Newbie's in seat 4, the action is focused in on him. So it looks like Spider putting on a $10 button straddle. Under the Gun does have priority. So if Under the Gun chooses to straddle, they do have priority, but Under the Gun chooses not. So the $10 on the button will be good. $10 is actually the max straddle here at the Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley on the button. It is a very powerful straddle, so the Card House limiting the power to just $10. Under the gun, up to half your stack. Under the gun, you can straddle up to half your stack. So these players started playing just before 6 p.m. Central Time, Texas time. And then if you add in the 15-minute delay, we have been streaming for just over 50 minutes, 5-0. Newbie putting on the $10 button straddle. Action's going to be on Seabass. And he's going to make the call with the 6-deuce offsuit. CeeLo taking it up to 35 with the queen jack. And here comes Spider. He's going to punish him. At least 100? Somewhere between 100 and 150. It's going to be 110. And you can see CeeLo not happy that he's getting raised here because he doesn't have a strong hand. And if he makes the call, he's going to be out of position. So he's just going to cut his losses and make the fold. Another straddle, so this is basically going to be 1-3-10. So essentially a 5-10 no limit game going here. As I said, if you're just joining us tonight, normally TCH Austin streams on Wednesday nights, but it is I, Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley, that is streaming tonight on TCH Live. Normally we stream on the secondary channels on Wednesday night, but tonight on this Thanksgiving Eve, TCH Austin, no stream tonight. So we took over the main channel, and we are going 4 ways to a flop. Rigo flopping trips. And he's going to check. Wanting somebody to catch up. Wanting somebody to bluff it, and that somebody's going to be Newbie. All right, here we go. They are restarting the cameras. I think that's why that was black right there, as the camera tried to zoom into Newbie, but it was getting reset. So it looks like, there we go. So they're going to zoom in. They're going to zoom in the camera now. It looks like Munson in the background. Yeah. So Rigo really playing this hand slow as he checked the flop, checked the turn, but now he's check raising. So they should be zooming in this camera here. You can see that the players are watching the Dallas Mavericks host the New York Knicks. So once this hand is over, I believe they're going to zoom in the camera. You can see Newbie not wanting to give up on this hand. He only has $50 left. It looks like he has more than 50 in his stack, so maybe something read wrong. Yeah, I can't see him calling here with ace high, but we'll see. Yeah, Rigo announces all in, and oh, Newbie calls. and immediately folds. Yeah, he did only have $50.
Table nines.
So camera reset, they will just get it refocused, and then we should be get ready to rock and roll. So priority is under the gun, but it looks like CeeLo will be putting on the $10 on the button. So let's see when the camera pans to seats 3 and 4, if it is zoomed in. So somebody's card's not scanning. All right, here we go. All right, so still need to zoom in that camera as we see basically an all-in from Seabass. So Spider making it back to a seat on time, as action's going to be on Pedro. He's not here. And there we see the first look of Spider tonight, wearing the beanie. As we did get a little cold front blow through. It is in the 80s right now, low 80s, high 70s. Oh, he comes back to the ace-king suited, and he's going to flop a flush draw. Let's see if he continues. And he does. Looks like 50. It's 25. And we saw CeeLo do this earlier with the 7-6 offsuit, where he floated with basically nothing. And he does the same now as it goes check-check. And it's going to go check-check all the way to the river. All right, so good news, bad news. The camera did get reset, but when they reset it, they forgot to zoom it in. So the production crew has been notified, and they did say that the problem is fixed. But once again, we won't see it until 15 minutes. So you kind of see a wider view of exactly what the stream room looks like. It's a semi-private room here at the Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley. There are 5 cameras set up in the stream room. One of them is the overhead shot, which you're seeing right now. That camera also has 2 microphones on each side that picks up any of the player talk. And then there are 4 cameras, 1 on each corner. So as I said, the camera did get reset, but they forgot to zoom it back in, and they did send me a message that the camera is now zoomed in. Once again, we won't see it until 15 minutes. You kind of see what the camera looks like. You can see one of the cameras there in the shot.
Like the number that I needed was like a 9 or a 9. That's a good one. It's gonna be a big spread.
10 high flop, 2 clubs, 2 players with ace jack. CeeLo going all in here with the ace jack, and this is going to work.
Well, I would say no, except last year the Lions are supposed to kill the Packers, and then the Packers let them off. So Now I don't know what to expect. Caleb Williams been good. What does he do when he uses all the coaching?
As I said, this is the overhead shot. There is also 2 microphones on either side of this camera overhead. None of the players are mic'd up. These are the 2 cameras for the table talk.
Yeah, he started fading now, man. He started out well, throwing good passes. Now he kind of just...
Action's going to be under the gun on Spider. A little surprised he didn't put on a straddle.
He doesn't have Robinson. He's been hurt. He finally got healthy.
There's the wide shot, which will be zoomed in here in less than 15 minutes.
They take 40? 45. All right, I'll take 50.
We can look at the second half if you want.
So it looked like there was a raise coming from seat 5. That's Seabass. And it's going to come ace high. I do not think Doc Holliday's in the hand. I think it's seat 5. Doc Holliday doesn't have cards. It's seat 5, Seabass. He was the raiser to... He was the initial raiser. So sometimes the player stacks are a little off, and this is why, as it is awarded the pot to Rigo, but actually it was Seabass that won.
She's got that whole fix your teeth on thing type of deal. Sure, there's
So once again, no straddle. Action's going to be on seat 4, newbie. Seabass winning last hand, limping with the natural 9. Newbie also limping with the double down hand. El Gallo gonna punish the limpers, raising it up to 20. Tony G with the immediate call with the Jack 9 offsuit. Spider has natural 9 as well. 6 plus 3 equals 9. Of course, I'm talking about Baccarat. But we are going 6 ways to a flop. Queen guy flop, nobody with a queen, but Spider with a tray. Seabass open-ended with the 4-5, but it's going to go check around, and the 4 comes on the turn to give Newbie the gut shot. So Newbie does have the best hand right now. There is 2 clubs on the board. He does have 1 club in his hand. He's probably just going to be calling here. Looks like a $60 bet, and he does indeed make the call, hoping to bring some other players along. But we're going to be going heads up as we have a pair and a flush draw versus a straight. Let's see if Newbie tries to get value from his straight here. He only has 135 left, 241 in. Should probably be moving all in here, as it's just over a pot-sized bet, but instead he's going to try to squeeze out $90 from Spider. Oh, and it's going to work. I was about to say this move actually looks stronger than just going all in. At least to me, that's the way I perceived it. But Spider perceiving it the other way. Spider perceiving it as weakness. And he's going to call him. He's going to call it off. All right, so dealer change. Cajun Asian dealt an hour. He will be back in an hour, and in between we will have, I believe it's Ashley. I'm not 100% sure. If we see the manicured nails, got the French tips? No, there's no French tips there. No, I believe it's going to be Jeremiah. I believe it's Jeremiah. He actually played on the stream last Wednesday, had a day off. Did not win. And everybody's happy to see him. Everybody's showing him the light. So it looks like we have an under the gun straddle. It'll be 1-3-6 to start us off.
Nobody was in line.
Alright, everybody. Once again, I'd like to say thank you guys for joining our stream today. We appreciate you guys coming out and supporting, and good luck to everybody. We have a $6 under the gun straddle. $6.
So action's going to be on CeeLo with the sevens. Looks like he's going to come in for a raise. It's a small raise. Raising it up to 15, first to act. Doc Holliday on the button. We'll get rid of his hand. And Yubi with the ace will make the call. As the Seabass heads up to a flop we go. Queen high, 2 diamonds. It is checked to the pre-flop raiser. And CeeLo's going to be reaching for some chips. Bet in just over half pot, and that should take care of it, and does. So I believe everything with the cameras is now corrected. The camera for seats 1 and 2 has been a little laggy tonight, but other than that, all the other cameras should be working good.
We have a $10 bonus straddle. Action starts in the small blind.
There is a button straddle, so action's going to be on Yubi in the small blind with the quick fold, making sure his cards got scanned properly. Seabass making the call with the suited connectors. CeeLo letting his hand go. Regal calling with the suited king. El Gallo not at his seat. Pedro also not at his seat. As we will be going 4 ways to a flop. Best hand right now, the king high of Rigo, but instead it's going to come clubs. Pretty big flop here for Seabass as he flops a flush draw and a straight draw, but we can see that Tony G has the better flush draw. Board pairing on the turn, king high still the best hand, cannot feel good about it, but he's going to bet it. King high still good. Tony G looking for a club or a 9 or a 10, and he's going to hit the 9. Rigo going to bluff at it again. I don't think this is going to work. It did not work. Seabass not going to realize he got lucky by not hitting a club. So Tony G will show the 9. The minimum buy-in for this game is $300. We do have a couple of other tables running on the main floor. Same blind level, $1, $3. However, the minimum buy-in on the main floor is $100. Minimum buy-in is $100. 100 to 1,000. You be putting on the $10 straddle. Action going to be on Seabass, who makes the call. C-Low has at least one ace. Going to be raising. The other card is a mystery. Oh, Tony G calling the raise here with the San Francisco Bus Boy. Doc Holliday with the 10s. I think normally he would be 3-betting here, but like I said, he has been running bad, so he's just a little gun shy. As we are going 5 ways to a flop of $150. And it's going to come ace high. So we know that CeeLo at least has a pair of aces. Tony G with the small bet with his middle pair. Seabass calling with the gut shot. Also has backdoor diamonds. So let's see a red card on the turn as Tony G also has a backdoor flush draw. Red card. There's a red card. So Seabass calling with the gut shot now, turning a flush draw. CeeLo might also have a flush draw, but we don't know what his second card is. Oh, and Seabass gets there twice. The 10 for the straight and the diamond for the flush, and he is going all in. Let's see if CeeLo has a diamond in his hand. I feel like if he had a diamond in his hand, he would have already called, because he would have the nuts. But maybe he's trying to bring in the player behind him. Oh, I think he has another diamond in his hand. He might have ace queen of diamonds. That'll be gross. What does CeeLo have? He has ace deuce of diamonds. Runner, runner, flush. And even Seabass has to tell him, nice hand. So CeeLo pausing on the river. Acting like he had a decision, but instead he was just trying to bring in another player. So runner, runner, flush, nuts versus second nuts on the river. And that's what's going to happen 99.999% of the time when you get to the river. Nuts versus second nuts, the best possible hand versus the second best possible hand. You are going to lose your chips if you have the second best hand. The second nuts 99% of the time. So the guy with the ace rag, gets rid of it. Tony G cutting out some chips. I don't know if he's going to be raising, but he does have an ace. Looks like he is going to be raising to 15. Queen Jack for Pedro, quick fold from the laggy camera. And there we go. We got the zoom in. As I said, it does take a little while to get corrected. So all cameras zoomed in correctly. Like I said, the camera for 1 and 2 a little bit laggy tonight. But they will definitely check the connection after the stream. As we are going 3 ways to a flop. 10 high flop, all hearts. And Spider going to be betting. Pretty big bet here with top pair. Does have top pair, does not have a heart. CeeLo will get rid of his heart, and Spider will take it down. CeeLo announced that he folded the King of Hearts, but that was not the case. It was the Jack of Hearts. He did fold a heart. It's just the Jack of Hearts. CeeLo putting on the $10 button straddle. And once again, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley. Your regularly scheduled program is normally from Austin. No live stream from TCH Social in Austin tonight. So we got the call up to get on the main channel for tonight. If you are not aware, there are 6 different Texas Card House locations in the state of Texas. 2 in North Texas, 2 in East Texas, 1 in Central Texas, and 1 in South Texas. And of the 6 locations, 4 of them do stream. So 4 of them stream, and they all stream at least twice a week. So we stream on TCH Live every Friday night. We stream every Wednesday night on the secondary channel. Oh, you got to show the 7 deuce. No, he does not. So we stream on the secondary channel, which is the YouTube channel Texas Card House, 3 different words. Since Austin was not using the main channel tonight, we got bumped up into the main channel. So if you're expecting to see action from Austin tonight like you normally would on TCH Live on a Wednesday night, as I said, that is not the case. Last night, I know they were streaming from Texas Card House Dallas. So every location has their set number of days. I know that the Card House in Houston, they stream 3 times a week. As I said, we stream twice a week. Wednesday nights, we stream normally on the secondary channel, Texas Card House, 3 different words. And then Friday nights, we stream on TCH Live, which is this channel.
And you just saw the second one?
That's why you like the second one.
Well, it's connected. It's connected because I don't want to have to do something.
We have 5 frames on the clock.
Really, don't tell me I had seen the first one and then I saw.
All right, 5 ways to a flop we go. Ace high, Regal flopping an ace. Gut shot straight draw for Newbie. And Newbie's going to bet that gut shot.
Lower table 9.
Sí, vos tenés un shot.
You know water? Regular water?
Pedro, ¿estás bien?
Metes una papa. He said he was done.
You said he was done?
I am so sorry. I couldn't hear.
So it looks like we do have a seat open. The dealer was not aware that the seat was open. And the players letting him know that the seat is indeed open.
We had heads up to the turn.
Newbie hitting the gut shot on the turn, has a flush draw to go with it. Let's see if he's able to extract any value from Regal here. And he's going to bet 50. 5-0. Po-po. Yeah, so the river not being scanned. There we go. So once the river got scanned, then the action caught up. And you can see he's going to get paid off. So seat open on the stream table. I do not know if there is a list. However, there are another 2 or 3 tables on the main floor that are playing 1-3 as well. If one of those players wants to play on the stream. Yeah, so not showing a waiting list for the stream table. However, as I said, there are a couple of other 1-3 tables going on the main floor where we'll see if somebody wants to play on the stream. I think for most players,
$6.
doesn't matter one way or the other. But there are certain players that love to play on the stream, and it looks like we got one of those players as they are sitting him down in seat 5. And there are certain players that hate to play on the stream. I would say probably 80%. If there's a seat open, then they'll take it. If there's not a seat open, then it doesn't matter. So about 80%, I feel, they're fine playing on the stream one way or the other. And then 10% would really want to play on the stream, and then another 10% would really prefer not to. All right, Doc Holliday with the ace-king. It burned him before, but I think he got it out of his system now. And he's going to be raising with it, playing it fast here. Tony G with the 6-9 suited. I actually think Doc Holliday does not want to see a flop here. He knows he has the best hand, and he doesn't want to get drawn out on. Tony G really thinking about it here, but he's finally going to let it go. And Doc Holliday will take it down.
I'll buy for 25. I'll buy for 25 right now.
And as I said,
25, I'll buy up.
I'm sure Doc Holliday is happy with that result. Doesn't want to get drawn out on, as he has been running bad on the stream. Sometimes it's good just to win a pot, even if it's a small pot. So let's see if we get seat 5's information as his chips, or her chips. I think I should say their chips, that way. Okay. It looked like they put a name in there that said Vic. Spider raising at 15. Oh, and it got another appearance from Ace King here. Yeah, that is Vic.
Welcome to the table, Vic.
Regal calling here. Suited Ace King versus suited King Queen. And Spider is getting a real good price with his deuces. So he's probably going to be making the call. Going duck hunting. Tony G in bad shape with the King Jack offsuit, but he does have the button. And 4 ways to a flop we go, just under $200 in the middle. Action's going to be on Spider with the best hand, and he hits a duck. Quickly checks. Spades for Rigo. This pot might get out of hand pretty quick here. Rigo checked. Wow. Okay, now Rigo hit a queen. You cannot check now. Spider checking again. Knowing that his opponents probably have high cards, and he is correct. Rigo with the high card here. And he's going to be putting out a small bet. $184 in the pot. Only betting 65. Do we see a check raise coming from Spider, who has 3 ducks? I would raise in this situation, but then again, I'm not at the table. Maybe he heard me. It looks like he's raising. Regal can't fold. You have top pair with the flush draw. You cannot fold. So it's a $215 raise. CeeLo with the ace-king suited. Very pretty pre-flop. But he realizes that he is no longer good. As a matter of fact, he was never good. The pocket deuces have been out in front this entire hand. Rigo confirming how much the raise is. He has $752 in his stack. Definitely has something to think about. He's going to be calling.
7 call.
Regal looking for a spade that is not. Oh, yeah. He could hit any spade. Deuce of spades accountant, queen of spades accountant. So any spade. Wow, runner, and it's the nuts. And Regal is probably going to be getting a double up here. So you can see the sensors did not pick up the ace of spades. The production crew should let the dealer know to rescan that ace so the ace will show up on the river, and that's why the overhead camera is still active. Spider is right now cutting out a bet, but we cannot see that. But now we will hear how much that bet is. I believe it was 600. There it is. So Regal goes all in, and obviously Spider calling the extra $2. Oh, so they're saying Regal has less than 600. Let's see if the dealer counts it down. So what a hand. Set versus a flush draw getting there on the river, and the dealer will count it down to confirm. According to the stats, he had 602. But as I said, sometimes a pot gets awarded wrong and those numbers are not correct. So the dealer will verify exactly how much he has. According to our software, it's $602. But the dealer feels like it's less than 600, but he is counting just to be sure. Yeah, it's actually less. It's about $100 less. So Spider will actually get a rebate here. Spider taking a hit. And Rigo jumping up the leaderboard all the way to numero uno with a $1,400 profit. No shirt Vic. He's wearing a shirt though, isn't he? So normally before the stream, I will kind of do a quick interview with each of the players. So the question that I always ask the players before the stream starts, if they're playing on the stream, I always ask them, is there anything that you specifically want for me to say about you? Or is there anything that you specifically do not want for me to say about you? So, No Shirt Vic did not start the stream. I did not have a chance to talk with No Shirt Vic before the stream started. I know why he's called No Shirt Vic. However, I do not know if he wants for me to let everybody know. I mean, he's going by No Shirt Vic, so logically he wouldn't mind me telling the story, but I have not verified it with the players. So I will let you come to your own conclusion on why he is going by No Shirt Vic. And as I said, I always ask these players, is there something specifically you want for me to say about you or not say about you? Looks like we're going 4 ways to a flop. And it's going to be 6 high as both Spider and No Shirt Vic hit the 6.
Well, he didn't mean to because he was looking at the dealer.
Pedro with the flush draw. He should be making the call here. And maybe Spider putting in the check raise. Feels like his 6 is the best hand. Feels like the $20 bet was a little weak. So first hand, no shirt Vic involved, and he is, looks like he's going to be making the call. He has the best hand right now. I kind of like a back race here from Pedro. As you can see, the pot's going to be about $200. No, 261. He has 279 in his stack. I just kind of like for him to go all in here. It looks like he agrees with me. Spider, a little confused here. He checked raise because he thought both his opponents are weak, and now he's realizing that is not the case. No shirt Vic just sitting down, so he might call just for information here. He pretty much knows how Pedro plays in seat 1, but he figures that No Shirt Vic is probably going to call here, so he's going to get to see their hands for free. You can see No Shirt Vic is actually has the best hand right now, but if we see the turn in the river, then Pedro has the equity right now.
I'll tell you what, if I knew officiating was regulated in professional sports, I would have continued playing football when I was a kid. I could have made it.
Oh, and he is going to make the call here. It is the right call. He's ahead. He also has backdoor diamonds. You can see Pedro's outs on the top. He has 9 live outs. That's not it. And we'll see the river. Oh, he hit the king. He hits the king.
Hey, you have a passion, you have a passion.
I think No Shirt Vic would have preferred the flush to get there as opposed to losing to the king. So first hand for No Shirt Vic, and he is going to double up Pedro.
When he said you don't have shit, I was like, yeah, you're right. Damn, I was like, hey, it's a good opportunity for me to win.
And Spider, as I said, these players are not mic'd, but there are 2 microphones overhead. And Spider saying that he was totally wrong on what he thought the players had. Pedro really disguising the strength of his hand by just calling the $20 on the flop.
He's just trying to trap you. He's trying to fuck all the He's just trying to diddy you and stop you.
$6 button straddle action is going to be on Spider. Quick fold from Spider. Newbie does the same. No Shirt Vic raising it up with the King Jack. It's his first time playing on the stream, so his cards did not get scanned properly. He saw the dealer reach over to scan his cards properly, and CeeLo letting him know that that's where you scan your cards. So normally the dealers will pitch the cards right on that circle, but sometimes the players will either pick up the cards too quick and not give it a chance to scan. And No Shirt Vic hidden top pair, and he's up against a flush draw. So just happened last hand. Middle pair for Doc Holliday, and he's getting a pretty good price here. He also has backdoor hearts, backdoor straights. And we'll see if Doc Holliday calls, and he does. So we're going 3 ways to a turn. Board's going to pair. No Shirt Vic still out in front right now. $100 in the pot. He's going to bet half pot. That's a pretty bad turn for Doc Holliday, as now an 8 will be no good for him. And I think he realizes that, so he's going to let his hand go. CeeLo looking for a club. Not a queen. Oh, that's a spicy river. CeeLo hits his club. And no shirt Vic. Going to be putting out 125 here. So full house versus flush, but it is a double paired board. And looks like CeeLo's just going to get stubborn with his flush. He called with the flush draw. He hit the flush. And he is no good. Hello. Hello, Kiwi. So we are streaming from the Rio Grande Valley tonight. Normally, TCH Live on Wednesday nights is dedicated to TCH Social in Austin. They do not have a stream on this Thanksgiving Eve. And we always have a stream on Wednesday nights, normally on the secondary channel, Texas Card House, but we are bumped up to the main channel tonight. So main channel tonight, we will also be on this same channel on Friday night. And we are going to be playing Big O on Friday night. Yeah, so 5-5 Big O on Friday night. Same channel. Tonight we're playing $1 $3, no limit Texas Hold'em. As Spider with the Kings. CeeLo calling this 3-bet here with the 6-4? He is. So CeeLo announcing that he is steaming a bit, losing the last hand. Uh-oh. We got fireworks again. Top set versus flush draw. Spider putting out the continuation bet. And if CeeLo is indeed on tilt, he just might rip it here. No, he's just going to call. Five of hearts on the turn.
Heads up to the turn. Yes.
CeeLo looking for a spade. Oh, he's going to get the spade, but it's going to pair the board. So once again, he hits his flush, but his opponent hits a full house. And he's probably going to lose all his chips here. $300 in the pot. He has $425 left. Spider thinking about a size. And that's going to be half pot. CeeLo says all in. Snap call from Spider. And CeeLo sees that he is drawn dead. D-E-D, dead.
How do you get cards dealt like that?
So it looked like Pedro, seat 1,
Dude, I almost
and Tony G, seat 9, back to their seats. There are no electronics allowed in the stream room, so a lot of times you'll see these players get up between hands if they're not involved in the hand to check their phone. Sometimes they'll
Barrows, table 9.
get up and go outside for a smoke break. But CeeLo gonna have to be rebuying. As Spider hitting a full house. Nice hand.
Floor. Floor.
So CeeLo rebuying for another 300.
But you think to put this one on the Xavier Michigan here? Or that one, that one?
That one, like,
Xavier Michigan.
ESPN 2 or what is this?
Fox Sports 1.
They're splitting.
$10 button straddle coming from Newbie. Newbie down for the string, but less than 100. So chip runner Maria taking care of the rebuy. And CeeLo coming in for the raise right away. We saw this last time that he rebought. He had Jack 10 of hearts and 3-bet. Literally from the rack to the felt. The jacks for Pedro. And he's just going to be calling here. Looks like Newbie, who is the straddler, does get a little discount on his ace, and he will take the discount. And we are going 3 ways to a flop of $121. Newbie does not want to hit a 10. And right as I say that, you can see the 10 coming right on the flop. CeeLo does slow down. No overcard to the jacks. Pedro likes that, and he's going to be putting out a pretty big bet here. $121 in the pot, and he's going to be betting 88. Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Alright, heads up to the turn.
9 coming on the turn. Newbie still needing an ace or a 10. How much is Pedro going to charge him? Oh, he's not going to charge him anything. And there's the ace. So Pedro checking the turn, worried about the 9. And he will check the river as well. Newbie choosing to check behind as well. UB never seems to disappoint with some of his plays.
Like I told you, I called you $300 down with 7 bro, and racing on board. Card just so shitty, I gotta try to make hero calls. Huh?
Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s wife is actually from Victoria, Texas.
The main guy was out.
Basically considered South Texas, between
Two of the main guys, two
San
guys.
Antonio and Houston. The crossroads. About 3 hours away from here.
This is the first day Bohanna has, so I gotta raise it.
Of course, the most famous person off the top of my head from Victoria, Texas. Gonna be the Texas Rattlesnake, Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Like this. I'll take another one. I'll take another one.
So we're going 5 ways to a flop. Best hand right now is Ace 4, but now it is the Jack 10 of El Gallo. CeeLo checking. Rigo does the same. El Gallo, seeing that he has the 10 of hearts, will be betting just over half pot. Tony G lets it go. Newbie does the same. And everybody will fold to El Gallo's bet.
Jerry, Jerry.
So the promo did run at the beginning of the stream. We do realize we have picked up a lot of viewers since the beginning of the stream. But there is the information on the Trailblazer Series, which will be making a stop next month here in South Texas. $6 button straddle. So once all the cards get scanned, then we will see the camera shift to seat 7. There's Rigo with the 5-6. He will let it go. El Gallo with a quick race to 40 with the 10s. Tony G thinking about calling here with the Jack 8 offsuit. And he does make the call.
You bet on them? Yeah, they're at +2.
It looked like he immediately regretted his decision as he leans back on his seat and takes off his hat. Ace Queen for Doc Holliday just makes the call. A little surprised we did not see a 3-bet. But I did mention this earlier. He has been running really bad on the stream. And it does seem to be affecting his play.
And I start betting. They run during the day. Right now when there's tournaments, that's what I do.
King high flop coming. Nobody with the king. El Gallo cannot like the king, though, as it is 4 ways to a flop. And he is going to check. Does get checked down to Doc Holliday, and it will go check around. 4 coming on the turn. See if El Gallo now bets his 10s. No, he's checking again. And Tony G gonna take a tiny shot at this pot. El Gallo not going anywhere with his 10s. Tony G gonna need to hit a jack. CeeLo needs a 6 for a straight. And instead it is gonna be the deuce of hearts. El Gallo pot control. Hoping Tony G checks behind. And Tony G going to be putting out another small bet. I don't think this is going to work. You can see the pot's almost $300, and it's only $40. So Tony G giving El Gallo a very good price to call. And El Gallo going to take him up on it. And he is letting him know he has jack high. El Gallo showing the 10s. So once again, Trailblazer Series. It made a stop last month at TCH Social in Austin. Made a stop this month at Texas Card House Spring, just north of Houston. And it is making a stop next month here in the Rio Grande Valley. There is the breakdown. The big things, in my opinion, is the lower left-hand corner, 2x points for the leaderboard. So it's double points. At the end of the Trailblazer Series, whoever has the most points wins a brand new Chevy Trailblazer. Also, the top 50 in points qualify for a $50K free roll. So that's a pretty big deal there. 2x points.
$6, everybody.
Got another straddle. This time it is under the gun.
Spider was in that hand. He would have stole that pop from me because he would have said maybe
6 raises.
Ace Jack for CeeLo raising it up.
yeah. It must be tough too much.
Tony G with the dirty diaper. He'll make the fold. And Pedro, your straddler,
Heads up action.
calling with the queen high. CeeLo's still in front with his ace high. Does he bet it? That should take care of it. And does. So once again, Trailblazers, here's the information. The day 2 will be taking place between Christmas and New Year. 2 flights a day, one at 1 p.m., one at 6 p.m. You can bag. There is a bag bonus. Bring 2 bags, the largest 2 bags to day 2. So you can combine bags, the 2 largest bags to day 2. Also, if you have more than 2 bags, you will get a min cash for all the other bags. No Shirt Vic just making the call with the ace queen. There is a under the gun straddle. Oh, Tony G with the queens with a small raise, raising it up to 30. So this hand is a double straddle. Doc Holliday straddling the 6. Spider putting on the double straddle. And now No Shirt Vic. I'm surprised he's not putting on the 4-bet here, but he's actually so far saving himself some money as Tony G has the best hand. And Baby Spider was looking for a duck earlier. Now he's looking for a crab. There's the duck. Doc Holliday hitting the 10. This might get him in trouble. 1, 2, 3 in the pot, $123. Tony G is going to be betting less than half pot. About a third pot size bet. Let's see if Doc Holliday raises here. He is getting a massage, so he just makes the call. Spider figuring out if he's getting the right price to see another card for his 3. And he's going to go after the 3. No Shirt Vic getting out of the way. Spider looking for a crab, but that's not it. Doc Holliday with top pair. Tony G with the overpair. Now Tony G gonna start applying some pressure on the turn. Looks like 125. It is 150. Nice fold here from Doc Holliday as he had Spider behind him to worry about. Felt like the 7 completed some 2-pair combos, completed it straight. Oh, Spider has some plans here. Spider's going to bomb the river if a 3 doesn't come. Spider put in his opponent just on some high cards here. And his opponent does have high cards. The problem is both of them match. King coming on the river. Tony with exactly a pot-sized bet left. 543 in the pot, 543 in his stack. And he's going to put out a small bet here. Pretty much a blocker bet here. Puts out another 150. And Spider's finally going to give it up. Finally believes him. I think he put him like on ace-king. And figured the king just got there, but turns out Tony G had him at hello.
You're 50 years old, your body's going to take a toll, man. I don't even know how he would keep up with defense and they would just, but he said that he took care of himself when he was...
That is us. Okay, first time I see this promo. Anniversary high hands. $500. 2 different blocks.
Every time I play basketball, everything you go out there and you're like, oh, fuck, I can't do this shit. And what are you, 37, 38? 38. 38.
So Spider put it on the double straddle last hand. We'll put on the regular straddle under the gun. No shirt Vic raising it up to 20. Check that. That's 15. Raising it with the 8-5. El Gallo making the call from the cutoff with the Jack-9. Tony G just winning last hand, calling with the Queen Deuce. Doc Holliday lets his 4-5 go, and Spider defends his straddle.
We got 5 players.
5 ways we go, $78 in the middle. Best hand right now, the King Jack, and it is still the best hand. Pedro does check. No shirt Vic hitting a 5. He was your initial raiser. And looks like he's going to continue on here, representing the ace. $40. Really just has to worry about Pedro here. And he's going to get it through. Does he show? Boom. All right, so let's get back to the high hands next month. So it is the anniversary. I want to say 2019 is when this location opened. So that's going to be 5 years. So $500, that makes sense. Math checks out. So 2 different blocks, one in the afternoon, one late at night. This pays out. So got the disclaimer there on the bottom. Qualifying hands, full house or better. Both hold cards must play. And if for whatever reason you're playing Omaha, you're still in the running, but you must flop quads or better in Omaha. Everybody just calling here. No, excuse me. 3 players calling. Best hand 9 high. And it's going to come a paired board. King, King, Jack. Checked around. Ace on the turn. 9 high is still the best hand. But it is CeeLo who's going to be betting. Oh, he's going to be betting the best hand. Bluffing with the best hand. And does Newbie check raise him here? Newbie with the small check raise. And CeeLo says, you got me. Oh, and now Newbie showing the bluff. So Fletcher in the chat, he played on the stream last week. There currently is not an open seat that I'm aware of. But keep in mind we're on a 15-minute delay. You can also put yourself on the list through Poker Atlas. Sometimes this game does continue after the stream. I do not think there is a waiting list on Poker Atlas. Yeah, there is no list. As of right now, there is no seat open, but there is also not a list. Pedro with the jacks once again did not work out for him last time. And he's going to try again. CeeLo making the call. Do not know what the second card is. Second time he doesn't scan his cards properly. I would imagine it's a 7, an ace, or a spade. Not the king of spades. CeeLo does check. Pedro thinking about putting out a bet here, and he should. Should pretty much be betting all your range here. Oh. Does he have king 7? I think he has 9-7 of spades. Because he would have to have king 7 offsuit, right? Yeah. He has 9-7 of spades is my prediction. Oh. And yeah, no, he had 7s. So he announced that he had 7s.
Second half, Chris, New York is -8 for the second half. So they're minus 14. I mean, excuse me, they're plus 14 for the game. No, they're plus 14 for the game.
Narrows, table 9.
So CeeLo will have to rebuy once again. Hey, if you want a satellite into the Trailblazer series here, you can do so for as little as $20. 3 seats are guaranteed, and the satellites will start next month on the 7th. You can see we're running 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different satellites with 3 seats guaranteed. $20 buy-in, $20 rebuys. Starts at 6 p.m. 4 hours of late registration. It is a 15K start and stack. Excuse me, a 10K start and stack. But if you get here on time, you do get a 15K start and stack with the early bird bonus.
I think that's what he wants.
Actually starts in the small blind.
No, don't pay to trap. He wants you to take that out.
He chose the first one. I get to choose this one. That's how it
No,
goes.
but
Remember?
I already have.
That's actually
There's another
true.
game after this.
1 second, guys. Actions right here.
Looks like the Cajun Asian getting ready to push in on the next hand.
Well, I'm the most fair.
So we will have a break after this hand while the dealers change out.
Chance of picking the game. There's a shitload of games right now, college and NBA.
8 calls at 40. 9 folds. 1 fold. 2 folds.
Come on, Xavier, it's a 3 ball.
So I notice as the stream continues, the longer the stream goes, the more viewers that we pick up, and I do apologize if you have been watching for a while. I'm going to repeat some stuff that I said earlier. We are picking up new viewers, so just to give everybody the rundown. Give the rundown after this hand, as we got a nice little hand coming together here. 5 ways to a flop, $40 raise. Everybody with suited cards. And it's going to come 6-3-3. Everybody missing. A couple of backdoor draws. The ace high still out in front. Real small bet here. Coming from No Shirt Vic. No Shirt Vic with the king high. El Gallo confused with the bet. Made a hero call earlier and was wrong. And here comes Spider.
3 raises it. 140.
I'm sure you've noticed anytime Spider senses weakness, he will raise. And last time he was wrong, this time he's right. He does have a pair to go with it. Figures these players just have big cards. And El Gallo kicking himself for calling the 20.
You guys make it so easy for him over there.
Oh, you do.
Fuck you.
So Spider with the win. And we will have a dealer change. And we will remind everybody about the Trailblazer Series down here in the Rio Grande Valley.
Valley poker players. The $60,000 guaranteed Trailblazer Poker Tour is coming to Texas Card House RGV from December 19th through December 29th. $175 buy-in. Tons of great perks for playing at this tour stop. Flights at 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. every day except Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. For full details, structure, and more, visit TexasCardHouse.com.
Yeah, so you can see the Cajun Asian back in the box. So we are exactly just over 2 hours into tonight's stream. We will be streaming for another 2 hours.
Yeah, because you're just dumb, bro.
I just know you're gonna raise it, but just saying. I was a little upset with 5 over here, but you play how he wants to play.
So Doc Holliday currently down 702. Of course, that's the area code for Las Vegas. But we are down in South Texas tonight. 956 the area code. Puro 956 ka. Pedro making it back on the seat on time to see the Jack 8, Jeffrey 8, the Jeffrey Dahmer. Doc Holliday raising it up with the ace. Rigo making the call with the pocket pair. And CeeLo. He's down tonight trying to make it back. Doc Holliday flopping top pair on a very, very wet board. A lot of straights possible, a lot of flushes possible. But Doc Holliday with the ace of hearts will be putting out the continuation bet and should take care of this. No. Rigo's not a believer. Rigo needs a 6 for a straight. It'll be a sucker straight, as any 10 would also make a straight. And any 10 would make a straight right now. $126 in the pot. Rigo is going to bluff. And this might work. Doc Holliday checking back on the turn when the straight got there. Rigo figuring he was scared of the jack, and he was correct. So Friday, we will be streaming once again on this channel from the Rio Grande Valley. We're going to be playing Big O. That is 5-card Omaha High-Low. We will also be hosting our weekly free roll, the Free Roll Friday Frenzy. $2,000 guaranteed every Fridays at 6 p.m. So no shirt Vic with the straddle, and now he's going to be raising his straddle with the queen high. Rigo not going to let him have it, as he does call with the better hand, the king jack. No shirt Vic hitting top pair, and he's going to put out a $75 continuation bet. Does have top pair. Rigo's not going to be able to call. Once again, this Friday here in the Rio Grande Valley, the free roll, Friday free roll. Still doing the Thanks for Giving food drive. Donate 2 food items, receive 2 hours for $20. We will be open Christmas Eve. And essentially when the game breaks, then that is when we will break. And then we will be closed Christmas Day and reopen on Thursday. So haven't run a poll in a while, but I know some people celebrate Christmas Eve, some people celebrate Christmas morning. But for the most part, it's either going to be Christmas Eve, Christmas night, Christmas Eve night, excuse me, or Christmas morning, which is why I always think or feel Christmas night is a good time to be open, where basically the only thing open Christmas night is the movies. Oh, Tony G flopping the nuts. 6 high straight. Baby Spider, he is aggressive. And he's going to be betting here. Regal with his overpair. Doesn't believe it. And you can see Tony G really can't believe it here. Flop the nuts, somebody bets, and somebody calls. He's just going to call. Thought he might put in a raise, but he is still playing it slow. Oh, he really hopes somebody has an ace. He turns a straight flush draw. This should slow it down, and does. And he rivers a flush. It's only a 6-high flush, though. Does he check again? He's checking to see if he has a flush. And he sees that he has a small flush. And it looks like he's going to be going for a decent sized bet here. Looks like 275. It's 300. Yeah, nobody going to be able to call here. I thought he might have checked raise the flop. He's going to show the 6 of clubs. Show one, show all. And there it is. So I thought that he might check raise the flop, especially when Rigo called. But he just chose to continue on with his trap. Wasn't able to get any more money out. $10 straddle under the gun from Pedro. Action's going to be on Doc Holliday.
Come on, bud. Just set it down at least 10. Fuck. Need a lot of stops. Just got that bottom there.
There's actually a soda that is available in Arizona known as Doc Holliday. Apparently it's a combination between Dr. Pepper and Cherry Coke.
You need to pay attention. So my question is,
You gotta take your time.
he was actually raising it.
Costly mistake, bro.
Tony G with the small 3-bet. It's going to come king high. Nobody with a pair. Check that CeeLo with second pair. Looks like it's going to go check again. No, Tony G bets out 75 here. Hoping that his opponents fold. If he gets by CeeLo, he'll be in the clear. He got by CeeLo. He is in the clear.
More like this.
Come on. You got that guy that shoots 3 balls?
2 for 1 time on Tuesdays for the month of November. So it was yesterday. $100 max, but guess what? It'll be this coming Tuesday as well.
Wow. Don't worry, dude. I got the Knicks -4.5.
If you play tournaments or know somebody who does, make sure you let them know about the Trailblazer Series, as it will be making a stop here next month.
We're like, what? -4.5?
I was sure the Knicks
So we do have the double straddle. Second time Spider puts on the double straddle, under the gun straddle from Doc Holliday, $6. Spider making it $12. And Yubi making the call. Somebody's card's not scanning properly. All right, everybody's card scanned. Now we can see what everybody has. And No Shirt Vic is going to be in trouble here if he raises. Yubi trapping with the queens under the gun. Looks like CeeLo's going to call his with his suited connectors. Oh, El Gallo with the jacks. So how much does El Gallo have? He has 500. How much does Newbie have? 700. So we might see a $1,000 pot here, as El Gallo is definitely going to put on the 3-bet here. You can see he's already cutting out chips. Needs to be at least, I was going to say at least 132, but he announces 120. And now Newbie should be putting on the back raise. I mean, the whole reason for you to limp under the gun with a big hand is to put in the back raise. But then again, this is Newbie that we were talking about. Oh, Tony G, YOLO with the 3-2. What's the sizing you go with if you're Newbie? He should be putting on the 4-bet, but once again, it's in his name. He is a newbie. The whole reason to limp under the gun is to put in a back raise. I mean, unless if it goes like raise, re-raise, re-raise, re-raise in front of you, but there's just one raise in front of you. So you should be putting on the back raise. And looks like he is going to do just that. He's going to make it to 300. So El Gallo knows that this is a real strong play. I would be surprised if El Gallo gets away from his hand. But keep in mind, this is basically putting him all in, as he only has $412 left in his stack. He is hoping his opponent has ace-king. We can see that is not the case. He also has Tony G to worry about. Oh, is he gonna let this go? He's really thinking about it. Oh, he's gonna let it go. Nice fold from El Gallo. And he is definitely gonna get up from his seat in 15 minutes if Newbie does not show what he has here. Tony G thinking about, why did I call with 3 deuce here? And now it's gonna be another, what is this, 225? No, 275 for him to call. He does have over 1,000 in his stack. And he is saying he has high cards and I have low cards. The only problem is those cards are paired. And Newbie is not going to show. So in 15 minutes, we're going to see El Gallo jump up from his seat to try to hop on the stream real quick.
Don't talk to me about when I fold and about my fucking hand. You don't want me to talk back to you. Don't fucking meddle in my fold.
The fighter going to be putting on the under the gun straddle. So action will be on Newbie once again. No Shirt Vic making sure his cards got scanned properly. His first time playing on the stream. As I said, I have not been given the green light by the player on whether or not I can tell the story on why he's called No Shirt Vic. He did take over somebody's seats. He did not start the stream. Before the stream starts, the floor comes over and goes over all the rules with the players. And then I will ask all the players if there is something specifically they want for me to say about them, or specifically something that they do not want for me to say. As I do have pretty much information on all these players. Oh, No Shirt Vic calling the raise here with just king high. And that's going to bring along Rigo with the ace jack. He has the same hand as Spider. And now Tony G with the 9-5. He called a raise earlier with 3 deuce. And now he's calling a raise with 9-5. Must be a fan of Dolly Parton. Oh, is this going to bring in Pedro? Pedro feels priced in, but I don't think he's going to call. 9-5, referring to a movie back in the 80s, maybe even 70s, that Dolly Parton starred in. Of course, she also sang on the soundtrack. The name of the song was 9-5. Yes, 1980. And it's going to come king, king, queen. No Shirt Vic out flopping the ace jacks. And he's going to bet about a third of the pot. And this should work here. It's voted around a Baby Spider. He has a gut shot, needing a 10. An ace will also give him the lead. No Shirt Vic with just over a pot-sized bet left. He checks it back. Jack 10 get in there. Nobody has a Jack 10, but Spider blocking the Jack 10 with the ace jack. No, he does not decide to pull the trigger. And No Shirt Vic going for some thin value here. Real thin value. Does not have a kicker. He's targeting a pocket pair. He's targeting jacks. Oh, Baby Spider's just too curious. Baby Spider really hasn't played with No Shirt Vic a lot, so basically paid for information here. Sometimes you got to pay for information. And Spider did just that. You can see CeeLo down 1,000, Doc Holliday down 776, and Spider down almost $500. Everybody else in the green. No Shirt Vic, the big winner, up over 1,000. It looks like he's going to call here with the Jack 9. There is a $10 straddle. No, he raises to 10, excuse me. CeeLo calling with the suited connectors. Another ace jack. This time it belongs to Pedro. And it looks like Pedro gonna be raising to 56. Wings from Spider. Putting on the 4-bet. It's very, very rare in a low to mid stakes game that you see a 4-bet and the player does not have it. So normally, like in these stakes, 1-2, 1-3, 2-5, if somebody's 4-betting, normally they have it, and we can see that is the case here. Spider has it, but he also has a reputation of sometimes not having it. So Pedro making the call, getting lucky on the flop. Quick check coming from Spider. Pedro checks behind. maybe a little worried about his kicker. And Spider gonna find out if Pedro has an ace. Small bet of 75. You can see this pot is already $400. Pedro calling for sure, might raise. Just makes the call. And I think Spider is done with his hand. And right when I say that, the board pairs. That's a bad card for Spider. It makes it less likely that his opponent has an ace. His opponent has an ace, but in his mind, this makes it a lot less likely that his opponent has an ace. And he's going to put Pedro all in here. And Pedro's just going to have to call it off with the trips. Of course, everybody watching at home saying, he has trips, call. It's a lot easier when you see the cards. But as I said, Spider was done with the hand on the turn, but then the ace paired. And then he thought to himself, well, now my opponent probably doesn't have an ace, so. Pedro gonna fold? Pedro's folding? He put Spider on ace-king. Spider 4-bet. Is he really gonna? Oh, he folds! He put Spider on a better ace. Ace-king, ace-queen. Oh no, he called. I'm sorry. Wow, it looked like so what had happened was, so essentially he announced called. He announced called is what happened.
Hell no. I threw my cards right away. I called him.
So Pedro just announced his call. I did not hear it. $6 button straddle coming from Doc Holliday. Quick folds from the blinds. No shirt Vic with the suited connectors. Yes, they do connect. You need an extension cord, but they get there. CeeLo also calling with suited connectors. No gaps. El Gallo calling, and Tony G raising with the ace. It looks like everybody's going to call his raise, including Doc Holliday on the button. There was a $6 button straddle, so it was an extra $14 for Doc Holliday to call. Keep in mind, he is going to have position since he's on the button. And Tony's going to hit an ace. Nobody with the 7. Nobody with hearts. No shirt Vic with a small bet here with the 8 high. Has backdoor diamonds. Tony G calling out of turn. I don't think El Gallo was ever thinking about calling. And now he has a full house. And now no shirt Vic will check. And he's not going to be able to continue. He did pick up a flush draw, but any ace, any 7 makes a full house. And he will make the quick fold. Don't forget about the football squares. There will be no squares this Thursday. They will roll over until next Thursday. So if you have a football square here at the Texas Card House, there will be no squares this Thursday because of Thanksgiving. They will roll over. But the rollover is going to be nice. So the next game is going to be the Monday night game. So this coming Monday, the first and the third quarter paying $250. The second quarter does have a rollover to $500, and the final score is $750. So football squares, you can start earning them, and they will be good for next week's game, beginning Monday. Monday, December the 2nd.
That 20 or 15, I can't see. You didn't say anything.
El Gallo raising it up with the 10-8 offsuit, and it looks like Tony G going to be calling in with the 10-7 offsuit. As Pedro pops out of his seat, and Doc Holliday with the suited ace. He's going to make the fold? Baby Spider, who was your straddler? He has the 8-3 and he has position. And both the 10-8 and 10-7 hidden. Middle pair. There are clubs on the board though. El Gallo going to be betting with the best hand here. There's $109 in the pot. Looks like he's going to bet about half. Just over half. Tony G hidden a pair, scared of the ace, and he will make the fold. We do have the $20 tournament on Sundays. $20 buy-in, 20-minute levels, 20K start and stack. Every Sunday at 4 p.m., $20 rebuys. And of course, the early bird gets the worm. The early bird gets a 5,000K bonus. Jack 9 offsuit for Rigo. King 7 offsuit. It's going to fold all the way around to Doc Holliday. And is it the Battle of the Blinds? No, Doc Holliday calling $3 with his threes. No Shirt Vic raising with the Jack 9 out of position here. Terrible flop for the threes. And they're not going to be able to continue. Action is on El Gallo. Not sure he's at his seat. Does not appear to be. And I predicted that he was going to get up 15 minutes after he had the jacks. Wanted to see what his opponent had. And it's been about 15 minutes. Newbie raising it with the best hand is going to get outflopped from No Shirt Vic. No Shirt Vic hitting the 8, and Newbie, scared of the ace, will make the fold. So once again, the Trailblazer Series making a stop here at the Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley. If you played in the Trailblazer Series in Austin or in Spring, Texas, then you have some points. Those points are good for two things. One, it's good for a Chevy Trailblazer. Two, it's good for a 50K free roll. So you can earn double points here in the Rio Grande Valley. Ace King for Rigo just making the call. Hoping somebody raises. And it looks like No Shirt Vic is going to be that somebody. He does have a good hand. Rigo has a better hand. Like 130? At least 100. Oh, he calls again? That's going to bring along El Gallo here with the suited ace, queen of clubs. And that's going to bring along Doc Holliday as well. So everybody having the other player dominate it, and the ace comes on the flop. the case ace, the last ace available, shows up. No Shirt Vic thinks that he has the best hand right now, but he is out-kicked by Rigo. You can see he's putting out a pretty big bet here. Looks like 60. Smells like 60. It is 60. And, of course, the other aces are calling here. Doc Holliday done with the hand as we get ready to see a turn. 3 of clubs. 7 of hearts. So the ace-king still out in front. El Gallo with about a pot-sized bet left. Rigo bet in 105. Is El Gallo going to make another good fold? Looks like he's thinking about it. Really strong leading out into 2 opponents here on the turn, especially when one of those opponents bet on the flop. So another good fold by El Gallo. Folded the jacks earlier, and now folding the ace. Of course, an 8 will probably come on the river, right? No. So the ace-king, good all the way. $500 in the pot. And No Shirt Vic is going to lose part of his shirt here as Rigo puts out a call me bet on the river. 185. No Shirt Vic will make the call. Rigo will show the ace-king.
Hold it an ace 2, I missed it.
Yeah, ace queen.
Huh?
Yeah, ace queen. Queen.
Damn, I had an ace 2.
So it is 2x points for the leaderboard. Also, whoever has the most entries for this event, the most entries, you don't even have to cash. You have the most entries, you automatically qualify for the 50K free roll. The 2 largest bags go forward. Any bag after that, mint cash. Also, check this last one out, lower right-hand corner. Unlimited hours. Win unlimited hours for all of 2025 for the most flights played. So the player who plays the most flights gets a bonus. The player who fires the most bullets gets a bonus. And everybody gets double points. El Gallo down only $24, but could be a lot more. Ace-Jack for Pedro, just limping. Doc Holliday with the jacks. Raises it up to 20. You can see pretty much everybody calling here. Queen 9 calling. El Gallo with the 8-5. He's going to be calling. Tony would have called if he was in his seat. And Pedro also making the call. Going 4 ways to a flop. King coming on the flop. Let's see if that slows down Doc Holliday. $83 in the pot. It will go check, check. Doc Holliday thinking about betting. Doc Holliday will put out a small bet here. Looks like about 35. No, it is 25. So as I said, a small bet. One of those feeler bets. He puts out a feeler bet, see if anybody has anything, and then the guy who is going to call him. No Shirt Vic also calling in with the backdoor draws. And Pedro feels like he's getting priced in here with his ace high. But he's going to let it go. Queen coming on the turn. No Shirt Vic hitting his queen. And Doc Holliday does not like that extra overcard. As No Shirt Vic will put out $50. Pretty quick call from El Gallo, and Doc Holliday should be done with his jacks, and is. El Gallo looking for an 8 or a 5. Instead, it will be a king. El Gallo checking, hoping No Shirt Vic doesn't bet, and No Shirt Vic does not bet. However, No Shirt Vic does have the best hand. So Spider going to be putting on the straddle. The minimum straddle is $6. The maximum straddle is half your stack. Oh, he's going to be putting on the double straddle as Doc Holliday will put on the normal straddle. Newbie, action is on him. Last time he had queens in this exact position. This time he has the trucker hand, the 10-4, good buddy. No shirt Vic. He's been playing pretty aggressive, but he just chooses to call with the King Jack of Diamonds here. El Gallo with the 10-3 has the button, but not going to be able to make the call. Pedro, another $9 for him. I think it's going to be too much. Oh, he's putting on a little move here. Getting out of line. Normally do not see this from Pedro. And he gets out of line and he gets immediately called by Spider. And he's going to get immediately called by No Shirt Vic as well. Pedro thinking, the one time I get out of line, they call me. He still has a chance here as both his 7 and 6 are live. And let's see if he continues on here. He needs to continue on if he is making a move. No, he's going to give up. Turns open-ended. And he is now going to bet his hand. $62. Baby Spider turning open-ended, and looks like he's going to raise here. So both players with an open-ended draw. The Jack High is the best open-ended draw. You can see Pedro, his outs on the top. Spider raising it to 210. Of course, that's the area code in San Antonio, and we are located 3 hours directly south of San Antonio. Pedro making the call, and we are going to a river. Does not want to see a 6. Board double pairs. Jack High is going to be good. None of these players can like it, but Spider can definitely represent it. Pedro does check. Spider thinking about representing it, and he does. Spider bluffing with the best hand. Pedro should be folding here pretty quick and does just that. So Spider putting on the double straddle, should be putting on the regular straddle this hand. And there's the regular straddle. Action will be on Newbie once again. Newbie will make the fold. No Shirt Vic. With the Queen Jack makes the call. 8-5, the 8-5 for CeeLo, he makes the call. King 9 suited for El Gallo just makes the call. A little surprised he did not raise, considering that Tony G is not on the button right now. Tony G away from his seat. So raising here would have given him position. And No Shirt Vic gonna hit trips. 3 ladies for No Shirt Vic. El Gallo hitting a 9, and he's gonna bet that 9. Looks like $20. Let's see if No Shirt Vic just calls here. Looks like he is. He's got a lot of blockers. Oh, CeeLo with the flush draw gonna be raising here. El Gallo getting a real good price here, but feels like one of his opponents has the queen, and he is correct. What does No Shirt Vic do here? He does have a pretty good blocker. He has the jack of spades that blocks straights, that blocks flushes. So it looks like he's just going to call. And there's the spade on the turn. Keep in mind, it's not over, as No Shirt Vic can still hit a better full house, and he can hit a better flush as well. Makes the quick call. He's going to hit a straight. A straight does not beat a flush. So CeeLo will get the win here. And it's going to go check, check on the river.
We're actually doing something right now we've never done before. I work for a welding company, and they called me. They wanted to do
So if you're trying to get into the Trailblazer Series on the cheap, we do have 5 satellites that we're running beginning December the 7th. Beginning December the 7th, $20 satellite, 3 seats guaranteed. So these will be taking place the first Saturday of December. You be raising it up with the 8s. El Gallo with the better pocket pair puts in the 3-bet. Let's see what Spider has. No, Spider going to be folding, so we will go heads up to a flop. 8s versus 10s. You be in very bad shape. Cannot hit spades, cannot hit hearts, and El Gallo going to be flopping middle set. So El Gallo hoping his opponent has ace-queen, king-queen. Puts out a $25 bet. You be calling quickly. Does not want to see an 8. Instead, it's a 3, so a full house now for El Gallo. 2 flush draws out there. He'll probably put out another small bet here. It looks like it's going to be a pretty big bet. Betting about half his stack here. So $65 bet. See if Newbie's done with the hand. Newbie, worried about the queen, will make the fold. So El Gallo with the win. So that win will get El Gallo closer to being unstuck. As Rigo is up 1,600 for the stream. No Shirt Vic currently up 750. As we will have a $6 button straddle from Doc Holliday. Action's going to be on seat 3, Spider. Spider with the jacks. Little surprised that Spider just calling the $6 here. He's a pretty aggressive player, so his range is pretty wide. And you see sometimes players call him light as they do not respect his raises. So he's going to play these jacks sneaky. It's in pretty good shape here. I think it's going to come, oh, it comes jack high. All spades. So he flops top set, and he's continuing to play his hand slow. A pair and a flush draw for Tony G, but he's going to check. El Gallo going to take a shot here with ace high. Will we see a check raise? No. Spider still playing this hand slow. Really wanted to trap one of these players. Oh, and he's going to trap Tony G. He checks again. Tony G checks his strips. What's going on? And Spider, so the 10 hasn't registered on the reader. No, it does go check all the way through. And Spider's not going to believe that he wasn't able to get value from Tony G.
I had overpair.
So Spider playing that hand really slow. He did win the hand, but he still played it very slow.
And you don't win shit.
Why you left him with queen?
Huh?
Why you left him with queen?
El Gallo claiming he had pocket queens. But we did see he had ace, the ace of clubs only. He had ace-side clubs. So there is a button straddle. It is 10, T-I-N. So Tony G called with the 9-5 earlier, calling with the 9-5 again. Pedro with the ace. Makes the call. Doc Holliday folding his suited cards. Spider checking his option, and we have an ace-high flop. Pedro with an ace. But it is No Shirt Vic taking a stab at the pot. Pedro with top pair making the call. Board parent. Will that slow down the action? It looks like it's going to slow down the action as No Shirt Vic checks. Pedro going to be betting $36. And that'll get the job done.
Yeah, but New York was minus.
So up to 65 hands for the night. Normally we will get in between 80 to 100 hands. I'm thinking it's going to be close to 90 before the night is over. The action a little slower on the stream table as it does take a little longer for all the cards to scan. And keep in mind, the dealers have the headphones because they are in constant contact with the production crew. Every time a player acts, he needs to announce the action. So he is saying seat 9 raise to 30, seat 1 fold, seat 2 fold, seat 3 call. And that's why it's real important if you ever play on a stream, you need to realize that the dealer is not paying attention to you, he's paying attention to the headset, so you need to make sure the dealer hears you. As it does come 2 hearts, Tony G with the 2 hearts, gonna bet. Spider with the 4 gonna make the call. And No Shirt Vic gets out of the way. You can see Tony G is actually favored right now. Not anymore. And he's going to continue on here. $153 in the pot. Looks like he's betting about a third. I don't think that's going to shake Spider, and it does not. To the river we go. Oh, and he hits his ace on the river. He's been putting out some small blocker bets every time he's had a good hand on the river. So there's 250. Let's see if he bets like 125, 100, somewhere between 100 and 150. So once again, the sensor at the end of the square not reading properly, and that's why we were not able to see, and it actually picked up the wrong card. So I know it's hard to see, but basically under the felt, there are RFID readers for these special cards. These special cards
Man, I hope everybody
do
has a
have
good Thanksgiving tomorrow. Everybody be blessed. Everybody
RFID chips in them,
enjoy some food.
and you can see the circles in front of the players, and that's where the reader for each seat is. And the actual square there in the middle,
Having our first Thanksgiving.
the actual square there in the middle also has a reader. When the dealer puts a card on inside that square, then the sensors pick it up as well. But for whatever reason, the river, the card on the far right, that sensor is acting up a bit.
There's no dessert. There's no dessert.
I'm building some greens.
So if this is your first time watching the stream from the Rio Grande Valley, welcome. We do realize normally on a Wednesday night, TCH Social in Austin streams on this channel. They had no stream tonight, so we got the call up into the main channel. We are the Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley, one of 6 Texas Card House locations across the state of Texas. We are located in South Texas. Local airport, next city over in the city of McAllen, MFE. Direct flights available on American Airlines from Dallas, on Delta Airlines from Austin, and on United from Houston. Direct flights available on Southwest Secondary Airport and Harlingen Valley International Airport. Direct flights Southwest, Houston Hobby, the main Austin Airport, and Dallas Love. Ace high flop coming, nobody with an ace. Spider with the 10, and he's gonna bet here. El Gallo with a 3.
I was literally gonna go, and I saw 100.
El Gallo with the forward motion, but he didn't drop the chips. He thought the bet was 75, but it turned out it was 100. So he was willing to call 75, but not 100.
You got like queens or something.
There's always a number. There's always a number, and his number apparently was 75 and not 100. And we will have a dealer change, so we have exactly 1 hour left in tonight's stream. While they change the dealer, we will remind you about the Trailblazer Series.
Valley poker players. The $60,000 guaranteed Trailblazer Poker Tour is coming to Texas Card House RGV from December 19th through December 29th. $175 buy-in. Tons of great perks for playing at this tour stop. Flights at 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. every day except Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. For full details, structure, and more, visit TexasCardHouse.com.
So we got Jeremiah back in the box, have exactly 1 hour to go in tonight's stream. And Logan tuning in tonight. He has been tuning in on Friday nights. We have been running, well, it started off with Row, and then everybody said, let's just play Big O. So we will be streaming again on this channel on Friday night. I do not think, I cannot tell you for sure, but I do not think any of the other Card House locations will be streaming tomorrow for Thanksgiving. I don't think any of them have a stream schedule for tomorrow. So the next time this channel will be live, it's going to be us again, but it's going to be a different game. It's going to be Big O, 5-5 PLO high-low. Oh, Spider with the Kings, raising it to 50. It looks like the production crew heard 15, but there are 2 green chips out there. So it is a $50 raise, not a $15 raise. Oh, and El Gallo going all in. Spider going to be calling. El Gallo saw an ace, and he's going with the ace.
You finally have a good hand. I don't.
So El Gallo gonna need to hit an ace.
He doesn't foul though. That's a top.
Run that shit, Jerry. What are you waiting for?
Sorry, I did my job. Sorry. Alright, good.
Can you beat King High?
Hello, Jerry.
Good luck. I'll try these buster.
Oh, ace coming on the river, so El Gallo getting lucky.
Now he has
Two.
a straight.
A queen, no. 2 pair for El
I
Gallo.
want to do that versus you, bro. I mean, I gotta go. Ace 9 is fucking golden.
195.
So 195 was the total, so El Gallo will get the double up. As I said, we do have exactly 1 hour left in tonight's stream. We do stream for 4 hours every Wednesday night and every Friday night. The stream on Friday is going to start at 7. The stream on Friday starts at 7. The stream tonight started at 6. And I am talking about Texas time, Central Time. So the stream today started at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. And it'll go for 4 hours. And I actually misspoke. These players started playing at 5:59. They started playing at 5:59. So with the 15-minute delay, we started streaming at 6:15, which means we will have the 4-hour stream go until 10:15 tonight. Friday, these players will start playing at 7 p.m., which means that the stream will start at 7:15. Keep in mind, the 15-minute delay pretty much standard across the boards. I do know some streams actually have a 30-minute delay, a half an hour delay. But we do have a 15-minute delay here. Doc Holliday with the jacks. Another big pocket pair. This time the pocket pair does not get cracked.
Hey, partner. That's for you right there. Thank you so much, partner.
Chuck, bring it up.
I don't know. We'll see who I haven't.
What's up, Kevin?
Pop it! Oh, let's go!
You don't have to answer this question, Kevin. But is your favorite hand King 7?
Second half was a little go. They didn't get a taste of the single digit.
Look, but look, they're gonna dribble out. They're gonna dribble out. But they better. Sometimes they're dickheads. Sometimes they're dickheads.
It's like 1 out of like 10.
All right, we do have an under the gun straddle coming from Doc Holliday. We'll see if Spider puts on the double straddle. That is what he's been doing most of the night, but it is too late now that the cards are dealt out. And he's going to be raising it up to 20 with the deuces.
Now they can big man, there we go. They got the taste of the single digit.
Nobody with a hand to call the $20 with. El Gallo on the button makes the fold. Tony G not in his seat. Pedro with the dog, the canine. And Doc Holliday with the 5-6. Doc Holliday folds, Pedro calls, and we got ourselves a race.
Would you say with Golden State would?
The deuce is still out in front, but Spider cannot like that ace on the board. And it's going to go check, check. 7 on the turn. If Pedro checks again, Spider should be putting out a small bet. And that's exactly what happened. Pedro checked, Spider put out a small bet, and we got the win.
Because then I might not even be here. At least the first. Okay, I'll take OKC. I'll take OKC at least the first quarter.
And
I don't know if you'll
I got the read on you, Kevin. So his favorite hand, K7. It is known as the Kevin. Because when you put the K and the 7 together, of course, if you want to take it to the next level, the King 7 of Hearts is known as the Kevin Hart.
4.5.
The stand-up.
8.5. Golden State is
He actually plays poker too. Kevin Hart, actor, short guy.
But they don't even have their center.
So we do have an under the gun straddle coming from Spider. Newbie with the 4-5 is thinking about calling, and he actually raises. Basically a min raise going from 7 to 15. Rigo going to be making the call with the suited king. And Pedro calling with the Jack 10. What does Doc Holliday do with the 9s? He is going to be raising the 65. That's going to get rid of Newbie. I don't think it's going to get rid of Rigo. Rigo does have some suited face cards, and he's going to call. I said this earlier. Rigo normally has a baseball hat that he plays with. He's a very big fan of baseball, has a lot of different hats from a lot of different teams. And anytime he wears a hat on the stream, I kind of make fun of that team. The last time he did it to himself. The last time he wore a Mets hat. Oh, all aces. So Ringo with the full house. And Ringo gonna bet. Keep in mind, we do have those football squares in play. Let's see if Ringo shows.
That makes sense. I'm not live.
Oh, so Pedro exposing his hand but not folding. And he finally does announce fold.
Why would I bet there if I had
Kevin says he doesn't look like Kevin Hart, but he is funnier.
I had a one card test. What is it? Yeah, because it's the end of the month. I had 2 face cards with 9. Only because of the
Chris, you want?
So from the movies that I've seen of Kevin Hart, I mean, he is normally plays the funny guy. I really haven't watched any of his stand-up. That's a pretty tough job nowadays with all this social medias and videos everywhere. It's extremely hard to basically keep your act a secret, where everything is online now, everything is streamed. And as a matter of fact, that's why a lot of these comedy shows nowadays, they do not allow electronics. It's kind of like the stream here. No electronics allowed. I've never been to a show, but apparently it's a pretty easy deal. It's like a bag that they give you for your cell phone, and you put your bag and it has like a little lock. And then when you leave, the bag unlocks or something. I don't know exactly how it works, but a lot of these stand-up shows do not allow any sort of video in nowadays, just because it's extremely hard. It's extremely hard to write a funny joke. And when somebody can see it online real easy, it makes your job even harder. All right, so flush draw. Flush draw is going to miss, but the 5 is going to hit for Tony G. And he's going to win the pot.
All right. Since I'm up, and that's you. I'll give you your plus 3 first half.
And Doc Holliday is going to see how unlucky he got, as the ace-jack had the jack-5 dominated pre-flop. So you can see the dealer waving the cut card, which does have a sensor on it, on top of the square, and that essentially lets the system know that the hand is over and we are moving on to another hand. So you will see once he tosses the cards, he's going to get him as close to that circle as possible, and then the players will give an assist and put him on over the sensor. Looks like everybody's cards scanning properly. Spider last time had jacks in this position. Now he has 7s. Last time he limped. This time he raised this.
Almonds are only favorites by like 5.5.
Is there anywhere you can get a pizza?
So Jeffrey watching us from Houston. Oh, excuse me, that's Houston. It's Houston.
We got 4 players.
Do have 2 locations in Houston. One of them by the Galleria. The other one north of Houston by the airport in the city of Spring. And And we have a king high flop, nobody with a king, but Spider with a set. So last time Spider hit a set with his jacks, and this time Spider hits a set with his sevens. Tony G looking for an 8 for a straight. Backdoor flush draw now coming in. Nobody with hearts. Spider with a small bet. And Rigo needing a 5 for a straight. He'll make the call. This might bring in Tony, but it does not.
We got heads up action to the river.
Heads up to the river goal. 1-5 left. And that's not it. So Spider thinking about betting here. $1,000 in the pot, is that right? I don't think that's right. Something got punched in wrong. It doesn't look like $1,000 in the pot. So $175 bet. Rigo with just ace high. I don't think he's going to be able to call, but he has no hearts in his hand. So if he puts his opponent on a missed flush draw, and that's what he's doing, I think. He's putting his opponents on a missed flush draw, but it's going to be too much for him to call. All right, so Cameron said he's a funny guy. He's got a joke for the chat. Why does Snoop Dogg carry an umbrella? Why does Snoop Dogg carry an umbrella? Of course, if you read in the chat, you already saw the answer.
Johnny boy. Cobra Kai. Johnny Lark.
Once again, why does Snoop Dogg carry an umbrella?
My daughter's cool.
Well, the Drizzo.
Did that guy come out in the other 15?
So Spider with the straddle.
You know where my wife told me that? Where's that fucking
6-fold.
Tell the camera, wait, tell my wife, when they grow up, and we're in a different
15. 7-fold.
different world now.
El Gallo with the suited ace. Just going to be making the call. Oh, Tony with the aces. Nice raise here coming from Tony, looking to isolate El Gallo. But Spider is going to be defending his straddle.
So she wants that. I got her into Cobra Kai.
And El Gallo going to be calling with the suited ace. So we're going to be going 3 ways to a flop of about 139. 139.
3 players to the flop.
And it's going to come 9 high. A gut shot straight draw for Spider. How much is Tony G going to bet on the flop? If it's less than 100, Spider might call. And it looks like it's going to be less than 100. Yeah, Spider's going to call here with his gut shot. Knowing if he hits his hand, he can get paid off. See, it's showing the bet is $510, but it's actually... Oh, Spider going to get in trouble here. So it's showing the bet is $510, so actually the bet looked to be about $50. Whatever the bet is, it is getting raised here by Spider. And Tony G is probably going to re-raise. So yeah, it looks like a $50 bet from Tony G. It got punched in wrong. Oh, Tony G just calls here. There we go. I think they're cleaning it up.
Heads up to the turn.
Baby Spider looking for a 10. Does not want to hit a queen or a jack. And the burn is down and the turn is out. Did not get scanned. That's why the camera is not showing it. But it looks like... No, the burn is down. Yeah, the burn is down. And they are correcting the graphics. That's what's happening. Yeah. Oh, it's a queen. That's not going to be good for. That's not going to be good for Spider. He does pick up more outs with that card, but it's just going to get him in trouble. As now, Tony G going to be putting out a pretty big bet here. Looks like over $300. It's exactly $300. And Spider did check raise this on the flop. And now he's picking up more outs, so now he's going with it. He needs a queen, a jack, or a 10 to crack the aces. We can see he has 7 outs available. Top left-hand side of your screen. 7 outs available. Oh, it's a jack. Spider, get in there. There is any 10 makes a straight that might save Tony G, but it is not, as he's going to continue on here. And I think Spider can only call here, as you're only getting, if you raise, you only get called by a better hand. And yeah, he does just call, hoping his opponent doesn't have a 10, and he does not. So Tony G getting the aces cracked by the queen jack offsuit, and that's going to get Spider.
Hey, shut the fuck up, buddy.
That's going to take it to over $1,000. I don't think that number's right. So when he raised on the flop, Tony G bet $50. It was punched in $510. So this pot is off about $1,000. So I think Spider is out of the hole, but he is not winning the amount of money that is shown.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's badass. It looks like a fucking shadow, too.
King 7 for Rigo under the gun. He will let it go. Queen deuce for El Gallo. And he will also fold. Tony G just getting the aces cracked. We'll call with the 7-6. Actually raising with the 7-6. Nine 5 seems to be a pretty favorite hand tonight. Is now No Shirt Vic is calling with the 9-5.
I did, bro.
Elo gonna flop open-ended with the queen, but it is No Shirt Vic.
All night. All night. 45, whatever. That's the first time. So I would have. So I'm laughing at you on purpose, but I would have played your hand exactly the way it was, and I would have got this. You would have done it. I would have done that shit. Give me queen jack, and I'll dunk off like that too, bro.
Heads up to the
You would have
turn.
folded 45, you know,
No. But yeah.
Board pair and on the turn. Queen high still good.
Hey, you know what? You should just stay humble, bro, and just be good.
If you ask me, that's borderline disrespect.
I was waiting for you to add on.
Is this Thanksgiving edition gonna go?
Right, John? If you ask me, that's borderline disrespect.
I think it should. Nobody works tomorrow. We're gonna play till fucking 5 a.m. Right, boys?
Are we staying at this table, or we're gonna?
Bro,
I say they
you
they
know
should
he
keep
had
the streak
aces.
going.
Yeah, they should.
He said that
At least an extra
I
hour.
he had aces, he goes together.
So CeeLo with the win. Yeah, it's showing Baby Spider has 3,500. He has 4 stacks of green. That's 2,000. Yeah, as I said, it's off about 1,000. Yeah, so I think he has 2,500 and $60 in his stack.
I'm down the phone.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
Partner, I literally dragged in
2. Yeah. So they punched in 510 on the flop instead of 50. That's why the graphics are off on how much Spider is winning. Also,
Isaac is plugging in the Trailblazer.
that's going to affect on how much Tony G is down.
bad.
Suited 8-6 for El Gallo, raising it up to 25. Tony G also with some suited cards. His are king high. Spider making the call with the queen 10. Newbie coming along. And No Shirt Vic will let his ace go. So two players with the king queen. The 8-6 looking pretty good right now. As a matter of fact, the 8-6 favored to win. If this hand goes to showdown, the 8-6 flopping bottom pair. El Gallo, your initial raiser, will put on the C bet only to 35. Tony G making the call, has some backdoor clubs draw, backdoor straight draw. And trips for El Gallo. So Tony G drawing dead. El Gallo hoping Tony G has an ace, but that is not the case. Jack of clubs coming on the turn. That would have been a fun turn card for Tony G. But instead he is drawn dead. And El Gallo checks to him again, hoping he bets. And he's not going to... No, action is on El Gallo. I thought it went check on the river, but El Gallo going to size up here, hoping his opponent has an ace. El Gallo announcing 230, and a quick fold coming from Tony G.
That's a good hand.
Hey, Gallo, fuck it, I'll take on the stake.
Do you want to keep going with 199, Rigo? Do you want to keep going with white cheese, or do you want to cheese it up?
White. Okay, I don't want
You want to go to the state now, but I can't give you two.
So it's showing that Tony G is down 800, but as I said, that is off $500, so he's actually only down 300.
Take the over, $50. Just first half, wait, because I don't think we'll be here for the full game. Just first half.
Willie, do you want a shot?
No, thank you.
Monday.
I'm open after 10 o'clock.
But Caesar,
I can drink after
we're going to have some white
So Rigo is actually the big winner of the night
Rigo.
So
thus
ustedes
far.
saben, Vegas no.
No, güey, pero una Vegas no.
¿En tu cuenta?
Por favor.
So a lot of these players not working tomorrow. We do have a full service bar here at the Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley. So the waitress coming in, getting everybody's drink orders. Sounded like one of them knocked down a table. 9-10 of clubs for Tony G, raising it up to 30. Oh, No Shirt Vic with the kings. I like about 100. I like about 100. And he's gonna make it 60. So basically a min raise. And Tony G's gonna call the min raise. Looking for an ace, looking for a 9, looking for some clubs. That's gonna bring along Spider. Yeah, do not like this sizing by the kings here, as now you have to play against two other players. Oh, and it's gonna come 10 high. So Spider flopping top pair.
There was a delayed whistle by like 1.8 seconds, 2.2 seconds. It is a foul. Wait, look, right here, they still have one whistle.
Looks like Tony G is gonna take the lead here with a, no, he checks. Spider also checking. And No Shirt Vic betting 75.
I would say the parity from top to bottom in the big close.
Tony G thinking about calling this. He has backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, but he does have Spider to worry about. No, he's going to make the call. And Spider quickly calls as well, looking for a 10 or an 8. 8 of clubs?
The Big East is not what it was.
Oh, it's a club. So Tony calling with just ace high, and now he turns a flush draw, and he goes all in. He goes all in for 305, basically just under a pot-sized bet. There's 400 in the pot. He's betting 300. And Spider has a decision with this top pair, but he does have No Shirt Vic to worry about. And as I said, players ordering drinks. Shots fired. Let's see if Spider's able to get away from the hand here. You can see he's only 7% to win. He's not going to be able to get away from it. Let's see if No Shirt Vic rips it here. He's not folding the kings. And he's going all in. He's ripping it, baby. Spider's getting priced in here, I think. Yeah, he called 311, and now it's 561 total. He's getting priced in. He knows he's behind, but I think he's going to call it off. He's not going to like it, but he's going to call it off. He's going to realize that it's only like another $250. The pot's already $1,600, and like I said, he knows he's not good right now, but he's pretty much getting priced in. Down in the front, Tony G. Oh, he makes the fold. So we know a 10 or 8's coming now, right? If he makes the right fold, he's going to get punished. An ace is still live for Tony G. I'm really surprised Spider folded. I would have called. Seeing his hand, seeing the other hands, I'm calling. It is a 4. So any 7, any deuce makes the straight, but Tony G does not have that. And the kings will win a big pot. And Tony G's not rebuying, so there's a seat open. Somebody was asking me earlier if there's a seat open.
I don't know. That's what I told her. No, he's all over the place. That's what I said when he read 50 earlier. I was like, he's got
A seat open on the screen table. We still have over half an hour to go in tonight's stream. No Shirt Vic.
Seat open stream.
He is up over $1,000.
Heavy.
I don't know if this is a serious question or if this is a joke. We did have Kevin tell a joke earlier, so I don't know if somebody else is telling a joke here. But I will play along and say no. So $50 raise from Doc Holliday. Spider with the immediate call, wanted to jump back into the action. And Pedro with the pocket pair is also coming along. He has the best hand right now.
We got 3 players to the flop.
And it's going to come Queen 10. Doc Holliday flopping a pair. He was your initial raiser. Let's see if he puts out a continuation bet. Spider needs a jack for a straight. And it looks like Doc Holliday is going to continue on. $100 bet. Two-third pot size bet is going to get the job done.
Hello, seat open, sir.
So there is a seat open. I do not know if somebody will take the seat before the stream is over. It looks like somebody is in the room. And I believe somebody's taking that seat.
Barrows, table 9.
Without looking first. I'll call and then.
All right, so 2 players with the king, El Gallo with the better king. As we are going heads up to a flop, we got El Gallo, which translates to, oh no, what's this?
Yeah, he let me pick.
So both players flopping trips. Spider checking the trap, not realize that he is the one getting trapped. And he's gonna put out a small raise here. And El Gallo just gonna call here. There are a lot of chop possibilities. And that's one of the chop possibilities. The 10 is still playing, but if an ace, queen, jack, deuce come, let's see if El Gallo, yeah, El Gallo should be raising here. 210, he has 660 left. No, he just calls. So will we see a chop pot? Ace, queen, deuce for a chop, a 9 for the win. El Gallo, his 10 kicker's playing right now. His 10 kicker will play. The 10 kicker is playing, and I do not see how he doesn't go all in, or Spider puts him all in here. We're gonna see a $1,000 pot here. Yeah, there's the all in. There's the call. There's the all in. There's the call.
That way you can ship it.
So we do have a player taking the seat. And El Gallo with a bit of a nit roll here. Has trips with a 10 kicker. Seeing how much time is left for the stream. I don't know if he has enough money to rebuy, but you cannot fold trips in this position here, even if you think you're out kicked. All right, here comes the nit roll. Spider's going to be shocked when he sees that he does not win. So the nit roll, when you have a real strong hand, that's the best hand that you take a while to call.
You said that I did some type of.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm not slow on them, bro.
No, I'm
I
just
just
saying.
don't like losing to
That's
Spider.
exactly why it took me a while to call him.
I mean, I could be beat. Look, we got 49.
Yeah, but
You can actually
So second time that Spider gets nit rolled tonight as Pedro in seat 1. Same situation, had trip aces on the river with the ace jack, and Tank called Spider's bet on the river.
because I took about a minute. That's fine.
I don't want to play Foxy Spider.
So let's see who seat 9 is.
Was that an everybody?
See if they put him in the system here. Okay, seat 9, seat 9. No, they still have Tony G listed on there. So they need to replace seat 9, and that's what the dealer's doing right now. The dealer is talking with the production crew, letting them know, all right, they're going to change out seat 9. We will see who it is.
Oh, that was horrible.
Like 2 minutes to call with that.
Hey, I guarantee you it was a minute.
So he's coming in for 500. I do know that. And his name should be popping up right now. It's going to be Rock. Seat 9 going to be Rock.
Pedro, Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you, because we're all right. We know each other. I've seen you take a long time and fold fucking winners, bro.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
So I'm just telling you, and I mean that sincerely.
No, yeah. That's what I'm
On
saying.
the river.
Sunday at 3.
You be making the call with the suited queen, no shirt Vic with the suited connectors, also making the call.
That's what I'm saying, but I've seen you fold.
Rigo,
That's what I'm saying.
I think he's tonight's big
I'm
winner.
saying that you took a little longer than I did.
Not wearing the baseball hat tonight. Seems to be working out for him.
I called with the winner.
Me too.
You folded with the winner.
No, I called.
But I'm talking historically in the past.
Okay. I've seen you too.
So players are talking about the knit row at the table.
You folded your 10, you would have won. But you folded.
Versus ace king?
I don't know what it was, but the flop was out there. Your 10 were good.
Rock playing his first hand.
I saw it. I see it too, man.
Hey,
One fold.
Pedro, come down.
Three calls.
Hey, I like you better when we talk about tamales, bro.
But you voted winners también, pa. I seen it.
Hey, favorite Thanksgiving side.
Huh?
Favorite Thanksgiving side.
Broccoli casserole.
Okay, you gotta start it.
I'm easy, bro.
Broccoli casserole.
Okay,
6
the
players.
yams, like I'm wanting.
Yeah.
9 high flop. Double gut shot for no shirt Vic, but it's going to be Newbie betting his top pair. Quick call from no shirt Vic. Rigo doing the same with his bottom pair. And we are going 3 ways to a turn.
Bro, I'm easy, bro. I like
Club would be club or heart. Club or heart. Instead it's a spade. So top 2 pair for Newbie. I thought he would size it up a bit. Still betting in less than half pot. Vic going to be making the $25 call. And Rigo might be priced in here. And he does make the call looking for an ace or a 3. No shirt Vic looking for a 4 or an 8. And it's going to be a full house for Newbie.
Real quick. Long story short, I've been married 14 years with my wife, like 4 or 5 before that dating.
And it's going to be a big bet here from Newbie.
We were going to her grandma's and said, hey, I'll cook the turkey. So, fine there. I was going to cook the turkey. I would take it over to her grandma.
Bien verga, ¿verdad?
150.
I cooked the turkey. No, I know. I'm just going to cook it something.
Oh, Rigo thinking about making a hero call here.
Sit it there and it's
Centerpiece of-
Asking for how much it is.
They start cutting it up. Her grandma's the one who started to cut up the turkey.
Looks like a $150 bet.
She didn't want to say
Rigo's thinking this is a bluff.
Hear me out. Long story short,
This
she
is
said,
the nuts
"Don't
or
go
nothing."
She said it while we're all eating that.
We could see it as the
Drag
nuts.
it out on the table, bro. I forgot to take the little bag they put in the giblets.
No, he finally makes the fold.
Either way, long story short, that was embarrassing.
Yeah, you were like, I'm proud of this
I'm
shit.
mad. I know this
You're all
shit.
proud. Like,
And then
fuck
she
yeah,
goes
I
like,
cooked the
hey,
turkey.
that's what she goes like this. Hey, you forget to take this out. When we're sitting down, fucking.
Everybody on the put the show out.
I was trying to show him like, this is a good guy. He cooks. Like,
So Rigo up $900. Hey, no shirt Vic might be up more than him.
We got $6
But I don't think the math adds up on him either.
We got $6 bonus starter, extra 13.
Because it's showing that he's up 1,500 and that he has 1,500 in front of him. So that would mean he was in for $100. Yeah, so that math doesn't add up either. So I do think Rigo is the big winner tonight, as some of the information got punched in wrong. And pretty simple when it comes to computing stuff. Trash in, trash out.
I agree. I concur. I like basketball. People say for college that it's for football, right? It's the pageantry, it's the rivalry.
So 3 ways to the flop we go. Spider flopping trips. Nobody else really has anything. So don't think he's going to win a big pot here. Flush draw get in there. That's going to give a pair to Pedro.
Every NFL game is like the last 2 possessions.
Gut shot for No Shirt Vic, and No Shirt Vic is going to bet his gut shot. Pedro going to be coming along. And does Spider call or raise? He does have the 10 of clubs, but looks like he's gonna raise. No shirt Vic, not happy.
Like how many,
He will make the fold
like if you're watching
Pedro.
how many Alabama games do you have to watch?
with just the 9. Drawn dead
Like if you're watching
will get out of the way.
you're an Alabama fan. How many Alabama games do you have to watch before they actually have a post game?
I won more here than lost there.
Don't forget about the Trailblazer series.
Trailblazer SUV, the Trailblazer Points Championship is here. The more you play and the higher you rank in the Trailblazer Poker Tour, the better your chances are. The best tournament player in the Trailblazer Poker Tour drives away with this grand prize. For full details on the Trailblazer Poker Tour and the Points Championship, visit TexasCardHouse.com.
As I said, this is going to be a double points event down here in the Rio Grande Valley. So if you played in any of the Trailblazer events at TCH Social in Austin last month or this month at Texas Card House in Spring, then you can earn double points here, and that'll go towards the Chevy Trailblazer, the person with the most points at the end, or it can also go towards actually not or, but it also goes towards the top 50 for the 50K free roll. So real good deal there. As the Trailblazer Series, we'll be making a stop at every Texas Card House location. There are 6 different Texas Card House locations. We will be the 3rd stop, and we will be double points. Looks like a $10 button straddle coming from Newbie. So I said this earlier about No Shirt Vic, that normally I do talk with the players before the streams just to see if there's anything that they specifically want for me to say or not say. I was not able to do that with seat 9 either, since Rock is just sitting down. I do have some stories about Rock. I do not know if he wants for me to say, so I will not say the stories unless if he approves. Ace Jack for Spider, raising it up. Newbie going to be defending his straddle. Had $10 in there. We'll call the extra 20. Does have live cards. Is Newbie raising here? Real interesting raise here by Newbie, because you would think if anybody had a 4, they're not raising, that they're trapping. And Spider feels the same way. Spider does not think that he has a 4. Doesn't think a player with a 4 would be raising here, and he is correct. So we're still going heads up to a flop in the double paired board. Does Newbie represent the 7? He does not. He knows he got caught. And Spider going into check call mode, I believe, unless if Newbie puts out a big bet here. So Newbie is definitely going to bet. He knows he can't win with 9 high. $144 in the pot, and he is going to be betting that much. It's going to be 60. So just under a half pot size bet. It does seem like a call me bet. It seems like he wants to call here. And Spider just might call out of curiosity, as this hand was played a little strange. He might be curious on why Newbie raised him on the flop. No, he's going to get away from it. So Newbie knew he could only win by betting the river, and looks like he chose the right sizing to get Spider to fold.
Hey, $10 button strap. Action start.
So we got about 15 minutes to go in tonight's stream, as we will be streaming until 10:14, somewhere around there will be the last 10. These players started playing at 5:59. First time was dealt at 5:59. You add in the 15 minutes for the delay on the stream, and that should take us to around 10:15, give or take a couple of minutes. El Gallo with the 9s, raising it up to 25. And looks like seat 9 changing his name. So, Oso's Bear.
We got 4 players so far.
Seat 9 will fold.
Myself and I got it. The Lord over there.
The 9's turning a set.
No, I don't have to play with all this. I have a lazy move.
So how'd you enjoy the turkey? My compliments to the chef.
Bro, if you want to be invited to Thanksgiving dinner at my house, just say so. Right?
Can I take
Just bring John Dre
the
along.
yellow pill? The yellow pill? Like the one from
Oh, Kings. He is limping under the gun, setting the trap. El Fury Oso.
in a mix.
As I said, Oso is Spanish for bear. Oh, and Doc Holliday going to raise with the 9s here.
In a mix.
So how much is the 3-bet going to be, as No Shirt Vic calling here? So I'm liking 120 based upon this action here. If Regal comes along, then maybe sizing it up. Yeah, Regal's coming along. So at least 120, somewhere between 120 and 150. Let's see what he decides on. He decides on 120. It looked like Doc Holliday was going to fold, but he does pull his hand back. He's got about 400 in front of him. It's going to cost him about a fourth of his stack here. He also has some players behind him left to worry about. No Shirt Vic in the cutoff, so he does make the fold. No Shirt Vic with the suited ace. Looks like he's also going to be making the fold, and that's going to leave it up to Rigo with the suited 9-10. Rigo, the big winner of the night, might be thinking about gambling here. And yes, Rigo is indeed going to call him, so put in those chips to work. So Rigo, 22% chance to win right now. And that's not going to be the flop Rigo is looking for. Does have the 7 of spades, but that's all. Small bet here, the down bet, down to 100. Trying to give Rigo a good price to chase. Rigo's gonna let it go. So El Furioso getting the win. And we mentioned Dale Earnhardt earlier in the stream. We'll mention Dale Earnhardt Jr., excuse me, mentioned him earlier. We'll mention him again as the last hand tonight will be hand number 88. So we have 3 hands to go on tonight's stream. Normally we get somewhere between 80 and 100 hands. Tonight it's going to be 88. I do not know if any Texas Card House location will be streaming tomorrow since it's Thanksgiving, but I do know, yeah, Button is on 7 because the Kings limped under the gun, so that is correct. But I do know we will be streaming once again on this channel on Friday, as we will be having Big O 5-5 PLO High-Low. Big O, also known as Congress, will be streaming on this channel Friday at 7. So there is a straddle on the button. Action's going to be on El Gallo, and he's going to call the $10 with his Queen 10 offsuit. Pocket ace for Pedro, he's coming along. Natural 9 for Doc Holliday. I think these players know the stream is getting ready to end. And for whatever reason, a lot of times we see madness at the end of the stream. And if Rigo calls here, we might have some madness. And Rigo's going to be calling with his suited ace. He is on the button. He is on the button. Does have the suited ace. Let's see if Pedro makes the call as well. Spider is known to get out of line, and Pedro knows this, so he might be calling him here with the 8s. And he does. Does this price in Doc Holliday? No, he is going to fold. So 3 ways to the flop we go, over $200 in the pot. 3 hands to go on tonight's stream. And it's going to come king high. Pedro hoping that one of his opponents has a king or a queen, but that is not the case. He's going to check his bottom set. Baby Spider going to continue on with his story here. He's going to bet 90. That's going to get rid of Rigo. It's not going to get rid of Pedro. See how Pedro proceeds here. I think he's just going to call. No, he's going to raise. And I think we're going to see a fast fold from Spider here. Spider knows that he got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Very small raise, basically a min raise going from 90 to 200. Oh, Spider's getting in trouble. Spider announcing all in. And Pedro with the knit bro has the set. So let's see a heart. So heart, jack or 10 for Spider not to be drawn dead. Heart, jack or 10 for him not to be drawn dead. Oh, there's the jack. Needs a 10 for the straight. Instead, it's going to be a 7. As I said, normally towards the end of the stream, we do see some madness. I thought the madness was going to be between the ace 5 and the ace 3. Instead, it is Pedro with the 8s getting the double up.
I didn't change my story. No se le entiende por los subtitles a la verga.
¿Cuáles subtitles?
¿Sí o no, Rocky? No se le entiende ni madre. Ya está culeando, güey. Ya le cortó los shots.
Happy Thanksgiving to you too, Rebel Poker.
¿Me dices que no?
I think he was telling everybody on the stream happy Thanksgiving, but that includes me. All right, 2 more hands to go. Let's see if we see any more all-ins before the night is over.
Subtitle.
SAP button on la verga.
Doc Holliday with the suited ace. Going to be making the call. Spider making the call.
Open up the cheapest way.
And it looks like we're going to be going 4 ways to the flop.
Literally told me no more shots.
So 2 spades would be fun, as we have 2 more hands to go. And a lot of these players aren't working tomorrow for Thanksgiving, so looks like they are continuing with the drink orders. So Doc Holliday, oh, we got 2 spades. This happens a lot at the end of the stream. So Doc Holliday with the nut flush draw and a straight draw. No shirt Vic with a pair and a flush draw. His flush draw is not good, and we might see another all-in between 2 players. There's the raise from No Shirt Vic. A pair and a flush draw. Doc Holliday announcing all in, and we got fireworks once again, ladies and gentlemen. I don't see how No Shirt Vic folds here. He has a pair and a flush draw. You always have outs. He's ahead right now. This is kind of crazy. He has a pair and a flush draw, and he's less than 40% to win as the cards lie, as he does have to avoid the ace, the jack, and the spade for the win. So he is confirming how much it is, and he can't fold here. I think we're seeing another knit roll, but this time he's actually statistically behind. But it is another 275 for him to call. As I said, I do not see him folding here, but you always want to think about it when somebody moves all in. But he's going to come to the conclusion that he's going to have to call. You have a pair and a flush draw. It doesn't matter what the other player has. You are drawn live. And it turns out he's ahead right now. There's the call. Doc Holliday's going to be surprised that he also has spades. So he announced called, but he put out less. The dealer will get it set up right, and it looks like they're going one time. Doc Holliday statistically the favorite right now, but No Shirt Vic is out in front with his pair of queens. So jack, spade, or ace for Doc Holliday, and let's see what it's going to be. Oh, there's the spade. Doc Holliday gets there. So 1 more hand to go. Let's see if we have another all-in to end the night. The dealer will get the countdown corrected. And we will up the stakes. We'll up the stakes on Friday, as we will be playing Big O. If you do not know what Big O is, it is 5-card Omaha High-Low. It's also known as Congress, and it's a very fun game. So if you want to see something different, I do realize that most people enjoy watching the No Limit because that's what most people play. But Big O is a very fun game to watch. You can even learn a new game this coming Friday. So not tomorrow, not Thanksgiving, but on Friday at 7 p.m. TCH Live will be be streaming Big O. All right, here we go. Last hand of the night.
I'm your Huckleberry.
So it is a straddle being put on. A straddle being put on by Spider.
Somebody get this man some racks.
Rigo gonna be calling the raise as CeeLo raising it with the King 10. These players know the stream's getting ready to end. They want to go out a big winner on the stream. Of course, there's a chance that they also go out a big loser. Pedro with the ace queen just call it. So we are going 5 ways to a flop. It's going to be 8 high. So Rigo flopping a gut shot straight draw. Nobody else flopping a pair. And No Shirt Vic is going to check. Everybody's going to check. 4 coming on the turn. The ace queen still in front of Pedro. But it is Spider who's going to be betting. Not sure if anybody can call.
Hey, that's my line, Booker. Hey, that's
Rigo might call him. Rigo does call him. And we're going heads up to a river. Rigo looking for a 10 or a jack. Queen High is going to win this final hand. Looks like it's about a $300 pot. Queen High is going to win here. What does Spider do? He's going to check. Oh, does Rigo blast off here? Rigo has jack high. He knows he's no good. He knows his hand isn't good. But can he put the bluff out is the question. No, he checks behind. So Spider will win the final hand with Queen High. Once again, thank you for joining us tonight. Our next stream will be Friday.